Morning, can you hear me? Hello? Hey, am I pronouncing your name right? Can you hear me okay? If you can just let me know that you can hear me. Hi, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, hi.
Hi, good. I'm
You,
glad
yes.
that's
How are you? Good
working.
morning.
Morning. How are you doing?
I'm very. And you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Now, how do you pronounce your name, please?
I'm Haya. I'm Haya
Hey,
Lanensu.
hey, yeah,
Haya.
lovely,
Yeah.
lovely, wonderful. Nice to meet you.
Nice
I'm
to meet you too,
Alison.
Alison. Yeah.
I'm hoping we're going to be joined by a few others. It's a lovely small group, but I think we're expecting maybe three to five more people. So
Yeah. So we'll be waiting maybe.
say that again.
We'll be waiting maybe for the rest.
Yeah, we'll just wait a few minutes, just until we get hopefully a few others in case there's any connection issues. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Saudi Arabia, the capital
Saudi
city.
Arabia.
Yeah, the capital city of Riyadh.
Ah, nice, nice.
Yeah.
How are things over there at the moment?
Excuse me.
How are things over in Saudi Arabia at the moment?
Oh, perfect. Everything is progressing to leading the countries. It's progressing in development, economical, and social. All situations are going very good.
Yeah. Okay, I think we've got Mariam coming in as well. Hi, Mariam, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can.
Morning, how are you doing?
Morning. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Have I pronounced your name right, Mariam?
Correct.
Lovely, thank you. I will get there. I'm Alison, lovely to meet you. I'll be delivering the Wellbeing at Work unit. I'm calling from England at the moment, so we're 5:30 in the morning, so it's very dark out, very quiet around me. It's quite nice, actually.
Yeah,
Where are you
I just
calling from,
arrived.
Mariam?
I'm from UAE, and just now, like 3 hours ago, I arrived from Amsterdam. So I know the time in England that's similar to Amsterdam now.
Yeah. Where did you arrive from?
Amsterdam, just
Amsterdam.
now.
Oh, that's meant to be beautiful. I've never been there.
It's beautiful. I went to Amsterdam and then Iceland, and it was 10 days with lots of activities, so I'm tired. I'm glad that I managed to make it today.
Well done. Well done.
Great. How are you,
Was
Mariam?
Hi, Haya. Good, how are you?
I'm good. Nice to meet you again.
Same wise.
I had that note that you were going to try and connect, so that's brilliant. Well done for making it. That's really cool. I'm hoping the others are going to come along as well. We're expecting Ohud and Korea, maybe. Have I got those names right?
Yeah. Mazen
Yeah.
as well. He's joining.
Mohammed.
Yeah, Mohammed. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I don't know what this is your last unit, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, well done on getting so far. Have they typically turned up, or do we give them a little bit longer? Who have you seen before?
Let me text them in the group and see.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. I'll just check I've got my slides all showing for you while you're doing that. a little slow, sorry. There we go. Now, I always have fun because I work off 2 screens, so I often have to switch which way around this shows. Are you seeing slides and notes or just slides?
Just a slide.
Ah, lovely. Okay, so is that all looking okay and clear for you?
Yep.
Good, wonderful.
Yeah, it's clear.
Thank you, brilliant. So what I'll do is I'll get us started just slowly, and then we can always backtrack a little bit if they join this morning. One of the things while I'm waiting for them, actually, I'm going to just jump around a little bit, is get to this one, is the schedule. So the schedule for today, obviously I'm mindful that I'm in the UK, you're not, and that you might have different kind of structures to your day, prayer time, that kind of family commitments, anything like that going on. So does this schedule that I've put together work for you, or do we need to move the breaks or lunch, or anything just to help you make the most out of the day? So just have a little look through that one for the moment and let me know if you've got any preferences over the schedule that I've put together.
So
Is that all right for you?
If
Yeah.
it's only me and Haya, we might finish earlier. We might not need all these breaks.
Yeah,
That's
maybe
very
because
true.
we are a small group, we can progress so fast.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that typically happens. And actually, with a small group, even if we get everybody coming, I think it's going to be a maximum of 5 by the looks of things. I would expect us to move faster through it. So all I would say is that I'll go at a pace. If you want it faster or slower, I'm very, very happy to take feedback throughout and just say, you know what, let's move on, or can we spend some more time talking about that? I also have a tendency to talk a little bit fast. So would you like me to slow down? How's my speed of speaking so far?
Sounds good so far.
Yeah, sounds
Okay.
good so far, no problem.
Okay, good.
Haya just text me back that she's joining soon.
Ah, lovely. Okay, brilliant. So that's that one. And then I'll just get your feedback on this one as well. So the unit structure, it might be slightly different to your other units. What we've done is condense it into today, the 20th of March, which is an evening session, and then the 29th of April. I think you've got Ramadan in the middle, which I presume is why you've got the gap. The assignment that you're working towards comes in at the end of May. So my plan is that the April session, you'll be able to have quite a nice gap before then to progress with your assignment, come back with any questions and do a little mini presentation that I'm hoping just will help share that learning amongst the group. So that will take up some of the time on the 29th of May. And then after that, throughout May, 29th of April, throughout May, I can do one-to-ones and help with the assignment in that way as well. So we've got like a really nice space that will help you learn quite a chunk of the stuff today, a little bit more on the 20th, progress with your assignment, and then learn a little bit more on the 29th, which will help you finalize the assignment, and also get feedback and feel that you're progressing towards what will be your final submission, which will be an amazing achievement. How long have you been studying for?
Excuse me, Alison, can you release the assignment questions at least for now, so we can, you know, have a look, and during the class, yeah, you know, you can come up with ideas, you can come up with thoughts and such for each question.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I just check, did you say, can I release the assignment questions?
Yes.
Yeah, you should already have them. So on your
In the hub?
On the hub,
Content?
yes.
Oh, okay, we'll check.
Yeah, so my plan for today is that everybody always wants to talk about assignments. So I have put some good time aside today. This is the brief task. You've got more detail in the actual assignment document. I'll talk through what that means. I'll also talk through some of the content, the theory that will feed into it. So I reckon by the end of today, you will have enough content to talk, certainly to do task 1. But with these, so basically you have to look at what is wellbeing at work and how can we implement it in the workplace. So that's quite an academic, use the theory that we're going to talk about and come up with 1,000 words on that part of the assignment. But you have to particularly pull out 5 different issues that you, a checklist that you see as the most important in relation to employee wellbeing at work. And you'll use that to feed into part 2, which is a critical appraisal on your organisation. So I would certainly think you can do that first part. You might come up with some other issues by the end of the second session. And again, once you hear everybody else's thoughts by the end of the third session. So essentially that first task should be mainly kind of outlined today, and then you'll be able to finish task 2 by the end of the 3 sessions. Okay. What I've also done is put together some background information. Let me just flick through my slides, find out what I've called it. So I will talk through the word count. I'm just going to show you these slowly, just to give you an idea of where we're heading today. There we go. So I'm going to show you the actual task, the word count for both parts, some information that will feed into it, and then I'll talk through the grade descriptors, the marking criteria, which should be similar to what you've had before. And then I'm going to go in a little bit more definition on descriptive and critical writing. Have you done much of that before in the other units?
Yeah, we touched some, but not all what you presented.
Okay, fine. So the critical writing is something that's really key to do well in this type of assignment. So I'll go back over that and just make sure that we're all clear about how you would actually build up that argument in order to get the grade that you're looking for. And that should give you everything that you need in order to go and get started on the assignment. So I'm quite pleased. I think, you know, previously I've delivered the unit a little bit more altogether. And I think this spacing out will give you a really nice time just to progress a little bit more forward with the content and with the assignment as well. Okay, so does that work for you? Does that sound like a plan?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good. I'm here all the way through, so I know that we've got gaps and you've got other things that I'm sure you've got going on as well. But if you've got any questions, you can reach out to me. We can hop back on a Teams Zoom call, or just I'll answer by email. I'm going to give you a little bit of background about myself, but I'll probably wait until the others join us. Can you just tell me a little bit about yourself, just so I can understand where you're coming from and your experience with wellbeing at work? Perhaps your job role, anything of interest that would be helpful throughout the unit. Would that be all right? Haya, if you want to go first.
Yes, of course. Actually, for my qualifications, I have an MBA, certified project management professional, and certified also risk management professional, and I'm working in actually combination between a research center and the University of Academic and Medical Sciences in Riyadh. I am specifically, I am a human capital specialist and the leader of the enterprise development section of the human capital in the university. So I'm leading, you know, the human capital team in my section, and we're doing the task, the human capital matters of the university, faculty, students, and also the employees of the research center.
Wow,
this is
amazing.
This is just a summary of my role and my qualifications.
Yeah, lovely, fantastic.
Thank you.
So how many in your team, just so I can get a picture of that?
We are 32 in my section, the human capital, 32 employees.
Wow.
Managing the human capital of the university employees and the research center employees. So we have so much pressure, actually.
Yeah. I'm really intrigued because when I did my HR qualification, my research project was about human capital and the move from human resources into human capital.
Exactly.
So it's really
Yeah,
interesting.
we were also we were also human resources, but like 6 months ago, we retitled all the tasks and all the department itself. It's moved from human resource to human capital management.
Interesting, lovely. Well, I look forward to hearing more. I don't know that I've had anybody on the unit yet, or even so I teach wellbeing, HR skills and behaviours within the University of Exeter, and I don't think anybody's come through within a human capital department either. So I'd be fascinated to get your opinion on the content and how it relates to the stage of development you've got to. So thank you for sharing that. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Kyria, welcome. Have I pronounced your name correctly?
Yes, you did pronounce it correctly.
Thank you.
Apologies
Welcome. How are you
for the
doing?
delay.
That's all right. Were you okay with the link and everything?
Yeah, I was okay with the link.
Okay,
Sorry, I'm a bit
good.
late. I'm recovering from tonsils, so sorry.
Oh, bless you.
Thanks.
No worries. Is there if there's anything I can do to help throughout the day, if you're struggling or anything, just let me know. The session's being recorded. So yeah, if you feel like you need to dip in and dip out, just let me know.
Thank you.
You've just reminded me as well. They Oak would like me to say who's arrived, so I will just let them know. I did it later at lunchtime before, and they told me off it was too late. So I think they just like to send a little note to everyone. Give me just a second. Can't multitask. There we go. Cool. Okay, Mariam, if you'd like to just give us a little bit of background about yourself and what brought you to the unit, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Sure. My name is Mariam Zahabi. I'm based in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. I'm working with the Mubadala Investment Company for almost 15 years, and I'm currently doing. I'm with the Human Capital as well, as a HR business partner, managing 3 units as HR business partner. What make me come here today and take the CIPD 7? I did CIPD 5 a couple of years ago, and that was a shift. I found helped me through my career, and I was very excited to continue and take 7, as I'm sure that will help me as well. So yeah, this is me in short.
Brilliant, thank you. Did you say it's an investment company you're working for?
Yes.
Lovely. And 15 years you've been there?
Correct.
Nice. And I think, have you been studying for a couple of years now with Oakwood?
Previously I was with Bradfield, level 7, and level 5, and 7 with the Oakwood started in 2021. And I'm very glad that we reached to the end.
Yes, it's really nice actually to be the last unit. It's a great unit to end on, and I find it positive.
Correct.
Yeah, but well done on getting there. And yeah, I'm very happy to support as you get towards your assignment, because it's good that you get it in on time, get it moved on, and then benefit. So nice, wonderful, welcome, lovely to have you on the unit. Kyria, so if you'd like to just give us a little bit of background about yourself, where you've come from, and what brought you to the unit, please.
So, as everyone knows, my name is Khairia. I'm from Riyadh. I work in KABSAR, which is short for King Abdullah Study and Research, Petroleum Study and Research Center. It's an advisory research think tank, which we provide like any project or advices, or we call it like consultancy, as a research base to the ecosystem. I mean every entity under the energy sector, which we are a non-profit organization, of course. We are an independent organization. So I've been working in HR since 2016. Before of that, I was in project field for 5 years. So now let's say totally 16 years of experience. I came to this unit, as Mariam said, finally we're reaching to the end of the units, but it was really interesting to attend all the sessions and so. I was with Awkward since 2000, when I started my career in HR, because I said I need a qualification to get me understand the foundation of HR, because of course from when I moved from my city to Riyadh, I found 2 opportunities, one in procurement, one in HR, and I said HR seems interesting more. So let's take an advantage of that. So my manager had just advised me to take CIPD 3, which it was really interesting to me as beginning of my career in HR. I took it. It was great, fast, light course, let's say. 5 also was interesting and enlightening. And so I took it, I think, 2020. Yeah, 2020 when COVID started. We were just started at like actual classes, then it suddenly, when we finished, the lockdown happened. So I was lucky to attend the actual classes. I said, let's take CIPD 7 to complete the diploma and everything. And they said, because it's a master level degree, which I don't have a master yet. I applied 2 years ago and I applied this year again. CIPD will help me move on in my career strategic way, because I'm heading to move strategic. I don't want to continue on HR services level. I will go strategic way. So I need the qualification to support me in that, especially with my management. They need the qualification support in the leadership level, the strategic level, and so on. And CIPD, it's one of the hardest certificates people can get. So I like challenge.
Good.
I think that's a
lovely. Thank you for sharing that journey. That's really interesting. Can I just check? So you've been in HR since 2016. Prior to that, when you were in project management, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you in a strategic role, managerial role, and have you come down to get into HR, or have you stayed level and you're trying to get up into kind of management?
No, I was a managerial role, and when I started the HR, I became an admin. Then I just come up again. It's okay to start from scratch. It's not a problem when you're shifting careers. But at this age, I don't think I will do it again. I was a manager and a project manager actually in the event management field. It was an interesting, exciting, active field, really. Like you have to work in a project for 4 to 5 months until like 3 a.m. in the morning, and you have to wake up at 7 to complete it. Then you at least you see a product in front of you. Yeah, it's either launching something, or book sign, or creating magazine, or exhibition, or conferences, or so. We used to work a lot in planning and execution. The planning is harder than the execution. Execution will take you 3 days, but the planning was like taking us for 4 months.
Yeah, it's a good lesson in itself to learn, actually, the importance of planning.
Yes, but it was really interesting, but I don't think I will go back again. Actually, I'm doing it sometimes in the HR, like when we have project, it comes to me because of my background. So
yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a fantastic skill. Thank you for sharing your journey. That it's really interesting because I time moves on so fast, but I started my HR career so straight from university. I did performing arts management, and then somebody introduced me to HR in a series of lectures, and I decided to go straight in and do my master's in HR back in 2004. So similar to you, kind of went in with no HR experience and just did the qualification to get me kick-started in it. And I think it's a wonderful career, and I think it's got an awful lot of potential. And I really look forward to seeing the dynamic with the three of you as we work throughout the unit, because we've seen so many changes in HR, and we're so privileged to be in a position where we can have a real impact on a business. So I'm really interested to see how you take on board the content and also what you're currently doing, and recognizing that within your organizations as well. Just a little bit more context. So I work at the University of Exeter in England. I've been here since 2019, and then I was self-employed prior to that. So my background is in human resources, but I'm particularly interested in wellbeing and within workplace coaching as well. So I completed my PhD looking at the impact of workplace coaching on mental wellbeing in 2020. So I think we're all impacted by the pandemic with our studies and our work. But I was fortunate enough to get through just before the pandemic hit. And so I've been working a little bit in person, a little bit remotely within the university, because as I'm sure within your experience, things haven't entirely returned back to normal. So a lot of my work is remote. I work with students who are on degree apprenticeships. So we get funding from the government. They study with us 1 day a week online, and then they work the rest of the time. My real passion is, as I said, is around wellbeing. So I'm so excited that I get to deliver a whole unit that focuses on wellbeing, because so often we just see it kind of little bits of it within the content. Interestingly, at the university, I deliver a unit called HR Skills and Behaviours as part of a level 7 senior people professional qualification through the CIPD. And wellbeing doesn't exhibit the same extent as it does having a whole unit dedicated to it, even though it's a CIPD qualification. So I think you're in a really lucky position that we get to do this deep dive into this content and the impact that we can make on it. Just share with me your organizations. Where are you at around wellbeing? What's the kind of current interest level, engagement with it? Yeah, tell me from that point of view. Anyone jump in?
Currently, I'm working in the Evolving Wellbeing program within the organization. We have some ideas. We started on flexible hours, like adjusting some flexible hours for the employees. We have some ideas to activate the taking care of your health. We are taking it from this side, taking the health, taking care of the employees' health. We are doing now one of the program we are implementing, or we are planning to do. It's to do a competition, which we will divide between the employees a Fitbit watch, which starting to collecting their steps during the day, like to encourage them to move more than staying at their offices. And so it's a competition. We're gonna stick stickers on each office who are participating in this. Then there is a gift for the winners for the 3 first levels or winners. So this is one of the ideas. Until now, we are still discussing that program, because we've been working on the planning for 2 years, and we had 2 VPs in this 2 years, and we got um, down many times from, because when you change management, of course, the perceptions or the ideas will change with them. So we have to redo it all over again many times. So I planned also to give them like a stop smoking program for the smokers, but until now we didn't go live in this plan. We're just planning. So
okay, so if I understand correctly, then the organization's engaged around well-being and playing with some ideas, but it's not a massive massive factor within the organization in terms of some organizations will have a whole department around well-being.
no.
Okay. And is it just beginning to happen, or has it been happening for a little while?
We were trying to make it happen from like, as I said, 2 years ago.
2 years, I missed that bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Lovely. Okay. Fantastic. I love to see what happens throughout the unit and how much you'll be able to take on board. Lovely. Ohud, if I pronounce your name correctly, welcome. Hi, how you
good
doing?
Morning, everybody. I'm good. All is good.
Good. Welcome. I was just trying to have a really slow start because I was aware that there were a few people missing. So we were just introducing each other and finding a little bit more about the unit. Where have you come from today?
Okay, so I'm from Saudi Arabia, based on Jeddah, and I work as a senior manager, talent and leadership development.
Nice.
At Hilton corporate office.
Nice. Sorry, what was the organization?
Hilton corporate office.
Oh, okay. What does Hilton do?
We do have a hotel chain among the global.
Oh, Hilton. Sorry.
Hilton. Yeah.
Got you. I know.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay. Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah.
How long have you been there?
Almost 4 years. Yeah, this coming July, it's almost 4 years.
Lovely. Nice. Okay, cool. And what's your kind of engagement or interest with well-being side of things?
Honestly, I don't engage that much, but what I can say from the L&D department, which is under the talent and leadership development, we do a couple of activities to support well-being. We do have like the concept of Thrive activities, which support the mind, the spirits, the body. So maybe we pick only 2 months during the year, and we do a couple of activities like an engagement activities in terms of reading, counting the steps, doing things that is related to body or spirits and mind. So this is the only thing that I can see it from the learning and development aspects, that we support the human resource for well-being to conduct those activities.
Nice. Okay. What about the organization strategically? Is there any focus put in terms of your strategy on well-being?
I can see that the HR this year in the strategy kickoff meeting, they are thinking about how they can balance the work with the life, pushing people to have 2 days off during the month to support the well-being and the work-life balance. This is one of the things that I have seen this year. Probably they are supporting. They do have the mental wellness hub, where they also spread awareness everywhere that we need to utilize the hub, where people they can access, do the evaluation of their assessment of their mental wellness, and how there is a lot of material of learning and webinar where they can register themselves to support this idea. So I have seen it so much everywhere now, last month, this month, from the HR. In the newsletter, I can see it. And we will push it as much as we can. So particularly, this is under well-being what I have seen so far.
Lovely, interesting. I thank you for sharing that. I hope it's okay with the four of you. I'm going to get you talking quite a lot.
Yeah, it's fine.
Good.
Totally fine.
I think there's so much, because well-being is something that varies hugely across organizations and industries. I think it's really interesting to learn from each other's experience and your stage of development and what works well and doesn't go well. So there's lots of learning that we'll do from that perspective as well. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Brilliant. Mariam, what's happening in your organization around well-being?
So we are a big organization, very known in UAE, especially in Abu Dhabi. When COVID started, we immediately implemented a well-being program to support the pandemic and the well-being of our employees. But we are still managing to enhance the well-being in my organization. We do have employee engagement survey every year, and it seems like well-being still I would not say marked very low, because we have implemented a very good policy around working remotely, about submitting a sick leave without a certificate, a hospital certificate, a flexible hours. So we're progressing, but still not yet in the level that we want it to be. Because of the workload we have, and we manage international offices as well. So people who are working closely with the international offices end up staying up to late hours to manage all the calls and attend meetings. So I think still we need to enhance the well-being in our organization.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so difficult because there's not like one size fits all. So it's finding someone that can fit that multiple working structure and international like cultural requirements as well. So interesting. Hopefully you'll get lots of ideas as we go throughout the unit.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Haya.
Oh yeah. So talking about the well-being, actually, we do not have a specific department or specific like a project or very clear program about the well-being. However, it's implemented really in like monthly basis. Working on, like Arhud said, the balance between life and working and social life for the employees. Flexible hours, providing the opportunity for having 1 to 2 days off during the month for specific, criteria, of course, not for everybody, just for people who are showing achievements during the month. Also flexibility in dividing teams. Like we are working on Sunday and we are working on Thursday, not like some countries who have Sunday a day off. So we make it interesting for employees to divide, and of course with arrangement with all departments to divide their teams into 2 groups, group who are coming late on Sunday and group who are leaving early on Thursday. just to make the life easier for them if they have some social things to do. People, they have circumstances, family issues, and they have plans to do in their social life. So we are making easier chance for them to make easy balance between work and social life.
Nice.
Compensation sometimes get into the well-being also, based on the achievements, of course, for the employees. This is not officially, until now, it's not officially implemented. What else? We have the flexible hours in Ramadan. If you know about, we have a holy month coming soon. By within two weeks, we arrange flexible hours for employees who would like to come early and leave early, who would like to come in the middle of the day and leave at the end of the afternoon, who want to work at night and come back, but the hours should be equal for all employees. So we're trying to make the holy month easy for everybody. And I would like to have more ideas to work on in my department and to implement. So I'm so glad to hear from my colleagues new thoughts and new ideas. Yeah, maybe I can have an idea, I can develop this idea to other ideas and such in strategic way.
Excellent. Yeah, that's lovely. That's actually brought us really nicely towards the assignment, because I'm hoping, my ethos, I suppose, around teaching and learning is that it's useful to you. And most of the people that I teach are in work. So it's fantastic that you can learn something, you can learn from each other, and then you can go and implement it in the workplace in a way that's going to work with the culture, the environment that you're working in. So I am very hopeful that by the time we get to the end, you're going to certainly have a toolkit of things that equip you in terms of understanding the importance of wellbeing, how you can implement it, and how you can make it meaningful and useful to your organisations. So thank you for sharing that. That's a brilliant start. So I'm going to backtrack a little bit, because we had some of you just came in a little bit later. So let me just go through some of the foundations of what we're going to cover. By the end of the 3 days, we're going to have looked at how wellbeing is relevant to the workplace and the links between work health, wellbeing, and people management practices and processes. So how you can take on board what we're learning in the unit, fit it into your HR department, why we should bother doing that, the impact in terms of organizational health, personal health, and what we do as HR people. Look at the importance of strategy. Now, from what you've just been saying, it sounds like wellbeing is kind of at the early stages in terms of activities, things that support work-life balance, things that help support employee health. But actually what we want to get to ultimately, and everybody's at different stages, is how we can align wellbeing with a business's core strategy, and how we can have a wellbeing strategy as well. So we're going to do some work around that in order to demonstrate that link between wellbeing and organizational performance, with the underlying ethos that wellbeing isn't a nice to have. It's a key strategic importance within an organization. The structure for today is this. I have no idea if we're still on track. Perhaps 45 minutes in, yes, I mean, just about. So we've got a series of kind of short bite-sized lectures. I don't want to lecture at you too much over the 3 days. I'd much rather we share some content, we talk about it and get involved in making it meaningful for you. So a mixture between content, group activities, case studies. You've had the case studies on the hub, I believe, in terms of pre-reading. Did you all get those?
I haven't checked that.
Yeah, through my email, my inbox, I haven't received anything.
Yeah, so it's in the content, I believe.
Maybe, yeah, maybe in the hub, in the learning hub there. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's always interesting how information comes through or doesn't get through before we start. But essentially, you should have had a handbook, which essentially talks about everything I'm going to talk about today in terms of what the module's about, but also your assessment. There's a separate assessment document, and then there were 3 documents for case study work. Now, don't worry, because we can build it in. So sometimes we will go through the case studies. Sometimes it's supplementary information for you to kind of read in your own time. If you just want to, does anybody have access to log into the hub? I actually haven't seen your hub. So can somebody just check that you can see all of those documents in there?
Yeah, I'm opening now the content in the hub.
Oh, thanks, Haya. So yeah, just let me know that they're in there, because obviously you need to have things like the assessment document. You might struggle, and sometimes it can be hidden with the other unit that I was teaching. They couldn't quite see where it was, but it was in there. So if you let me know if you can see that, otherwise I will give them a little jog to remind you where they've put it. I've scheduled in 20 minutes for breaks, both morning and afternoon, and then an hour for lunch. We are a really small group, so I'm really happy to move the structure around and go faster or slower, depending on what suits you. We've got today, because I didn't want to just lecture at you all day, we've got a little research task after lunch, so you can go and look at some of what we've been talking about in relation to your own organisation, and then share back it with a little bit more depth than we've done so far about well-being for you. And then we'll come back and I'll consolidate towards the end of the day, talking in the context of the assignment. So what is the assignment? And give you some supportive information to help you start to build that, because you will certainly be able to start building part 1 from after today, which I will go through shortly. So I know I've asked Haya and Mariam, I think, already, but Karia and Ohud, are you happy with that schedule? Does that make sense to you? Is there anything I need to know just to take into account as we go throughout the day?
No, it's totally fine.
Okay, great. And Karia, is that okay for you?
Yeah, that's okay with me.
Lovely, brilliant.
Yeah, I have the documents here in the content in the hub.
Brilliant, thank you for that.
Yeah, we have, I have just, let me list them for you, just in case if there is something missing. There is the assessment part, there is the pre-reading part, and the Wellbeing at Work handbook.
Yep.
And there is the masterclass 1, 2, and 3.
Perfect. Yes, that's everything. And we've got Mazen coming in as well. So we might even have a full remit of everybody with us today, which is lovely. I will just welcome him. Hi, Mazen, welcome. Have I pronounced your name correctly? Hi, can you hear me, Mazen? Oh, we've got a chat, hang on. Can you just pop in the chat if you can hear me? Just check.
Yes, sorry, I'm late.
Lovely. No, that's fine. Welcome. Good to hear from you. How are you doing?
Yeah, great. What about you?
Yeah, good. Thank you. I was aware that there were a few people missing, so I've just tried to have a really slow start to the content today. So you haven't missed anything fundamental. We've just been getting to know each other and hearing a little bit about where we've come from in terms of bringing you to this point in the unit. Where are you calling in from today?
From Saudi Arabia, Jeddah city.
Yeah. Yeah. Where do you work, sorry?
I'm working with Oracle. I'm more into a sales company, but I'm dealing with CHROs, HR departments all the time. I have more than 10 years experience with HR departments. working more into HRIS lead and HRIS department.
Got yeah, lovely. Okay. So working more, is it from an IT background?
Both, actually. We are at the middle chain, linking between an IT and HR department. We have the full understanding of HR and full understanding of IT. So we are the translator of HR and translator of IT to HR. So we are doing that job.
Brilliant. What a good combination.
Yes,
Fantastic.
and actually, this my aim to attend this course to translate my knowledge into a certification, a qualification that may open a new horizon for me to explore a new career. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderful. It's lovely. We've got a real mix of experience and backgrounds across the cohort. So that's really exciting. You're very welcome. What about well-being, Mazen? How have you been involved in that side of things?
Actually, well-being, yeah, we have also developed many initiatives along with my ex companies or ex-employer, as well as a customer that we are dealing with now. We develop initiatives. We work with them to make their life easier in terms of having a solution for that. I mean, solution, the IT solution, but yeah, working closely with HR, develop that knowledge for me of well-being at workplace in terms from HR perspective.
Lovely, thank you. Oh, that'll be exciting. So, do you work more as a kind of consultant? Is that the format?
Great, yes, as consultants in terms of HR and IT. Yeah, so the middle chain again.
Lovely, thank you. It's fun for me to try and build up a picture about your organisations and how you work, and then we can just make sure that the content's a little bit more relevant. Excuse me 1 second. I'm just going to mute and cough when I find that. Lovely, wonderful. Okay, so I think we're all caught up. I think we've got everybody here that should be here today. So let me get just a few more things I wanted to share with you. Within the information on the hub, you've got your handbook, and that includes your textbooks. I think you've already all received a copy of the Wellbeing at Work set text. That one's really useful in terms of much of the content we'll be talking through over the 3 days. You'll see that I've structured the content around a lot of the chapters within that one, giving you pre-reading, post-reading, really just to supplement what we're talking about within these sessions. I'm a bit of a realist when it comes to study, that, you know, you've got work, you've got family lives, you've got study. One of the sessions is in the evening for you, and trying to balance all of that. So there is nothing that you have to do outside of these sessions other than your assignment and the reading that will help you build up your assignment. But if you want extra push material, or you want to understand something in more depth, or you're just really interested, you hopefully within this list will have enough in terms of further reading, and then some journal articles that I'll talk about, and then I'll give you the references for each of the content as we go through anyway. But essentially, if you can't find something, or you're looking for something that interests you, just let me know and I can point you in the right direction. You're really lucky within the world of HR. We've got some fantastic online resources. There's lots of survey reports that you can tap into. I'm based in the UK, so a lot of my stuff comes from a kind of UK background, but you'll have equivalents for your countries, and also what's relevant to your industry. Nevertheless, I think that the ones that I've listed here are really useful. You've got some websites there as well, which will help in terms of building your assignment. I'm sure you've used them already. The ACAS website has a whole load of information on it. Are you familiar with ACAS? Have you been referring to that one already?
I'm sorry, to which one? To which one?
ACAS, ACAS, the top of the website, the one for acas.org.uk. Is that one new to you?
For me, it's new.
Yeah,
Ah,
for me
okay.
too. Yeah, for me too. It's the first time.
Yeah,
I
for
heard
me
of it.
as well.
Okay. So that one might be worth having a look at because they've got a whole section around health and well-being. ACAS is an advisory conciliation arbitration service, very wordy. So essentially their job is to mediate between employers and employees in terms of the relationship and where things might go wrong. But as an offshoot of that, they've got a huge resource of information that helps you know about performance management, well-being, employment law, and so on. So I like using them just to be like, okay, how do I deal with this practically across the whole spectrum of HR matters? They do come from a UK employment law perspective, so you'll have to translate that in terms of your own labour law, I think it is, that you use. But practically, I think that there's some good stuff in there. So you might like that one. The CIPD, as always, has got loads of resources on it, really useful. And then I've listed some others there. I've gone through the unit structure, but essentially we're going to cover off the first chunk today, a little bit more on the 20th of March in the evening, and then come back on the 29th of April. We've got 4 learning outcomes that we're going to cover over the course of those 3 dates. And I've just kind of linked it to the chapter in the Wellbeing at Work book. If you listen to the content and think, oh, I just want to recap on some of that information, you should find corresponding chapters. But I will talk through what is within those chapters anyway. So don't feel like if you haven't got time, you've got to go and quickly read a whole book essentially by the end of the unit. But it's useful, supportive reading. So assessment. The unit, I think the same as all of your units, is 15 credits, and we've got 1 assessment, but there are 2 parts. And I really like it because one feeds into the other, but don't get kind of overwhelmed with it being 2 different things. So task 1 is for you to undertake a critical review, essentially, of well-being and how we implement it in the workplace. So an academic-based assignment looking at what we're going to go into in just a second. So what is well-being? What are the core factors? How do we implement that in the workplace? And then from that, create a checklist of what you see as the most important factors in relation to employee well-being at work. You justify those 5 factors, and then that will feed into task 2, where you take those 5 points forward and you look at your organisation. Oh, sorry, my son appears to be having connection issues. So you'll look at your organisation, you'll look at those 5 parts you've put in task 1 and put forward recommendations for how you can introduce a better approach to well-being. So that's your larger part. That one's 3,000 words. And I will give you some information that can help you build up that critical appraisal based on those issues that you've identified in the first part. So there's nothing within those 2 assignments that you shouldn't be able to do. We will cover all the relevant content for that. It's then just about you applying it to your organisation. Whatever stage your organisation's at is absolutely fine. So, if you feel like the content we cover, you don't do much of that, and maybe you feel a little bit lost, that's absolutely fine, because your recommendations can be relevant to your stage of development for the organisation. Equally, if you feel like your organisation does loads, I'm sure we're going to give you plenty more that you can think in terms of the refinement of those aspects in your organisation. We're going to touch on you talking through kind of what you think in relation to your organisation today. And then when we come back in the 3rd session, you're going to deliver a little bit more to each other but you'll have had time to build it up by then. And hopefully that will then give you some feedback from me and from each other that will help you finalise your assignment. After the third session, and obviously throughout, I'm here to support you, so we can book in one-to-ones or a small group activity in order to help you get your assignment done by the 31st of May, which I'm sure will come around plenty quick enough. So just really reach out to me as is useful and timely for yourself as we go throughout the unit and leading up to that deadline as well. Anybody got any questions at this point around the structure of the unit, the assessment, and what I've covered so far?
So far, so good.
Thank you, Haya. Brilliant.
There.
Okay, good. So each of the lectures, I've called them, they're not that formal. I've structured in this, oh, sorry, I must have some auto time on my slide. Structured in this way, so you should be able to jump through the content if you're recapping for the assignment. So I've broken them down into small chunks, kind of 20 to 30 minutes each. I'm quite flexible in timing, you've probably realised already. So if you basically just get involved and let's have a conversation as we go through if you've got any questions. Otherwise, I'll share the content that we've got. So this is looking at part one for the assessment, what is wellbeing at work, and how we can critically evaluate those key theories and definitions that relate to wellbeing at work. So one of the things for me is that I spent quite a large chunk of my PhD looking at definitions of wellbeing, and there are a lot out there, and there's a lot of confusion and misunderstanding around what is it that we're talking about. So I like to pull apart some different components so that we can see the difference between them and also know, what it is that we're talking about. One of my favorite definitions, talking in the context of mental health, is the one that I've put up here. So a state of well-being in which every individual realizes his or her own potential, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. And I really like this one because it's very positive, but it also pulls out that recognition that it's about life can be stressful and it's about somebody's ability to cope with that. And then that kind of flourishing aspect that you can work productively and fruitfully and make a contribution to your community. So you're going to see that community impact as a really key theme as we go throughout the content. I think, typically when we talked about mental health in a broader context, when you have conversations in the organization about it, arguably, I think we talk about mental ill health, and we forget that mental health is that whole state of well-being. Any thoughts on that one? Is it surprising or are you familiar
for me it's surprising because always whenever I see any campaign that comes in the newsletter internal in Hilton about mental health, I didn't felt like mental well-being and mental health are separately. I felt like the mental health is under the mental well-being, and I just realized that the campaign, it was about mental health awareness and health awareness assessment. So I thought it's under the well-being. It's a part of it as an initiative.
You saw mental health as an initiative within well-being?
Yeah, I thought that, but now you are just saying it's a state of well-being. It's very individual, relies on. So I thought it is like a pillar under the well-being. So I thought well-being is a full picture, and mental health, it is a part of it as an activity or as an action that we need to support in order to support the over picture of well-being. So this was my analysis in the beginning.
Sorry. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I think as we go through, that might make a little bit more sense because we've got psychological well-being, which is more about the kind of way we think. So maybe when we look at that part,
Okay.
it might make
Yeah,
a bit more
it
sense
becomes
as
clear
well.
for me.
Yeah. Let's have a look at this one as well. Now, I've highlighted in red the similarities between them, but I think what's important for me is it doesn't matter hugely, I don't think, about the terminology, but it's about seeing the whole meaning of that. So people will use them interchangeably, but it's about you recognizing what it really means. So mental well-being, this dynamic state where an individual is able to develop their potential, work productively and creatively, build strong and positive relationships with others, and contribute to their community. And it's enhanced when an individual is able to fulfill their personal and social goals and achieve a sense of purpose in society. That's massive, that definition. I mean, for an organization to support you in achieving that, I think is a huge undertaking. But how wonderful if we can get there, you know, that somebody coming to work is able to help benefit the organization, but also feel fulfilled in themselves and within their community, their environment. So you're going to see the literature all points towards the benefit to well-being when we've got positive relationships with people, when we're able to have meaning and purpose within our lives. So this definition pulls that out. But can you see the difference between them? I should perhaps maybe adapt this one and do mental ill health as well, so that we can see the full spectrum. But I think that importance is around that dynamic state, and it's about everybody. Any other thoughts on that one, or the difference between them, or the similarities?
Actually, I have a question, please. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit quiet, but go on.
If we talk about, if you want to discuss and analyze the idea of well-being, can we combine the two concepts of mental health and mental well-being in answering the questions of the assignment?
Yes.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
So not focusing
Yeah.
on only mental well-being, which is the positive relationship with others, enhancing, the cooperation, like achieving the purpose of in society and participating and such. We
Yeah.
can also merge the idea of the mental health for employees. Is it okay?
Yeah, definitely. Great question that is, because that is part of the challenge, is that, I can go to one organization and they will talk about mental well-being. Actually, what they're talking about is stress, and quite specifically stress, which we're going to get to in a bit. A different organization will talk about mental health and then talking about mental ill health. Somebody else will talk about the whole spectrum and call it engagement. So one of the biggest challenges I think we've got is that, and you're going to see within your own organizations as we talk through the content, loads of organizations do loads of things that touch on well-being, but we don't always label it as such. So how do we consolidate that, get people recognizing the importance of it and the links into organizational effectiveness within the framework of well-being, and a focus and a strategy around that? So great question. Don't get caught up in the language that I'm going to talk about. Interpret that meaning for you in your organization. So you don't have to be narrow on that. Thank you for raising that. Really great point. Work-related well-being, yet another definition. So another angle that people might take. The overall quality of an employee's experience and functioning at work. Kind of boring, isn't it? But in a nutshell. And then the CIPD suggests that it's about creating an environment to promote a state of contentment which allows employees to flourish and achieve their full potential for the benefit of themselves and their organisation. And that's really lovely. Again, we've got that similar theme coming through: flourishing, achieving your potential. And it's not just about the organisation. It's not just about finance, about productivity, about numbers. It's about the benefit of that person and the organisation, which is somewhere different from where we've been. I think our HR departments have typically been very focused around how do we increase productivity and profit. And we've got much more of a move now towards how do we create well-being, productivity, profits, that whole picture around what success means in an organization. And even wider than that, the societal impact. So interestingly, in the University of Exeter at the moment, we've got huge conversations going on around sustainability and around the environmental and societal impact of organizations. And well-being is part of that. So we've almost progressed beyond the well-being conversation to now talking about it in terms of sustainability. You could argue it's just a buzzword, but we are seeing development in bigger areas. So I'll just throw that one out there as well. 3 areas that we're going to look at in terms of work-related well-being. Psychological, so the way we think. Physical, typically lots of organizations do stuff around that. I've heard you say already around taking the steps you take every day, healthy eating, sleep, all of those physical aspects of well-being. And social functioning. So as I said, that's a theme you're going to see go through. It's a fundamental core when we talk about well-being. And I really like this. So mental well-being, rather than just, well-being as one term as well, is something that we typically would have talked about before. So that dynamic nature between feeling good, also talked about in terms of being subjective or hedonic well-being, functioning well, also called psychological or eudaimonic well-being, and that it's both of them and that they impact and interrelate across each other. So hopefully you can see already that it is quite a confusing topic when it comes to definitions and content, and we haven't even got into the depths of really what are the facets of well-being. We've got lots of different terminology, we've got lots of overlap, and we've got this multi-dimensional approach: feeling good, functioning well, work, at home, combination of both of them. We've got ill health in there as well. We've got, we're going to go on to happiness. We've got stress in there as well. So often organizations can think quite narrowly on well-being and just think about perhaps physical health. Some organizations I've worked with will talk just about stress. Some will talk just about being physically healthier as well. So lots going on. Happiness, there's a whole literature around happiness as an area in its own right, but it's more than just well-being is more than just happiness. So this would just be the hedonic side of things, the feeling good side of things, or absence of not feeling good. So we have this concept, whether it is a trait, so something that we experience as like a personality trait, or a state that we're in. And that's interesting because it means that we've potentially got control over it. That feeling a sense of well-being, positivity, and if you're not happy, can you still experience well-being? So if somebody was experiencing depression, then the argument could be, well, what's the point of talking about well-being? But they're not mutually exclusive. You can experience both. And then the other side, so we've got feeling good and functioning well. So with the positive functioning, the literature around that comes in the terms of psychological well-being or eudaimonia. And it's about being purposeful. So having meaning and purpose to our working lives, to what we're actually doing. Being able to function, being able to sustain positive relationships, and being able to carry out our job, being able to remember, multitask, all of the different things that mean that we are able to function to carry out our lives. Positive living and outlook on life, knowing what's important to us and knowing ourselves. Those relationships again, I must obviously find purpose and purposeful really important. Let's put it twice. And self-acceptance. So that self-belief, that internal recognition that you can achieve what you want in your life, also known as self-efficacy. Some really interesting literature around the importance of believing in your ability to achieve what you want to achieve. So I'm just going to pause there for a few seconds because there's quite a lot in terms of those last few slides that begin to build up that picture of what is well-being. Any thoughts or questions?
I don't have it.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry, go ahead. I
You're
follow
okay.
later.
Yeah, I only have
Lovely, thank you. Anyone else got any questions?
Yes, I do actually. I'm not sure if I'm understanding the concept of the idea of what is that?
Eudaimonia?
Yes, eudaimonia. It's not so much clear for me.
Yes. So eudaimonia is just another term that is used for positive functioning. So the literature, let me just, this one I think is the easiest way to look at it. If we think about mental well-being, feeling good and functioning well is the easiest way to think about what it involves. The literature that explains, hang on, let me backtrack a little further. Some academics will suggest and have done research looking at both of those aspects. So they'll have looked at what is psychological well-being or eudaimonia, and others will have looked at research that feeds into what is subjective hedonic well-being. So when we go through the slides, let me just check I differentiated it in that way. I think so. You will see measures in terms of well-being looking at both of those sides of well-being, so eudaimonic or hedonic. And then more recently, what we've seen is people create measures that say what is well-being, and they show that it's both. So all eudaimonia is that functioning well aspect of well-being. So it's the, oh, I just lost my, where I was with my slides. This one. So it's all of these things, but it's just another term.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's clear now.
Good. So the reason I put it in there is because I think as you do your own research, you'd be like, what? Somebody's now talking about psychological well-being and eudaimonia, and does that mean that there's like 8 different aspects of well-being that I've got to look at? No, it's all the same thing. It's all about positive functioning in that respect. And subjective and hedonic well-being are all talking about happiness or feeling good. Okay. So that it's easy to get confused between the definitions. So I was hoping that kind of putting those extra ones in there will help you be like, oh, okay, so they're talking about that. What's easier when we get to more recent literature is with this one, they start talking about it together. And that I find most helpful because you shouldn't really need to go and look at those different facets in their own right. We can look at it as a whole. So again, with the textbook that you've been provided with, Hesketh and Cooper talk about the 4 key tenets of well-being. We've talked about 3 of these already. So the psychological side, we've talked about so how we think, the physiological side in terms of how we feel, what's going on in our bodies, societal we've talked about, and then we've got this 4th dimension, so fiscal, financial well-being. And unsurprisingly, off the back of the pandemic, off the back of the recession, and all of the challenges that we seem to be constantly put under financially, this is a big theme that's coming through and is now considered one of the key areas that impacts on our well-being. Any thoughts on that? Have you seen that replicated in themes within your organizations or within other things that you're aware of, this financial importance around well-being?
Actually, I'm wondering here because I saw some companies or organization, they are developing volunteering programs and they consider it somehow under well-being. volunteering programs for their employees to contribute within the organization, within the communities that they are operating on. Is it that under well-being? I'm not sure.
Yes, yeah, great question. It's probably more under societal well-being than financial well-being, but the importance of let me go back to this one. The positive functioning, so having that meaning and purpose, often within, I'm trying to think of some examples, but equally you can add your own. So within my organization, I recognize my purpose of why I'm there, but I also recognize that wider benefit, and I have an opportunity to impact on the community around me. So I think it's wonderful when organizations invest in their employees and give them that opportunity to go and do volunteering opportunities, and also the benefit that gives in terms of the relationships and the people that you're volunteering with. But having that positive living, that impact on what's going on around you, which also builds into work-life balance and having a better outlook. Yeah. So has anybody else done that, like volunteering opportunities within their organization? No, okay. Certainly want to think about. I think that it's still quite underutilized because it costs, essentially. So it does, you have to, you know, it's kind of like saying, let's pay our employees to have an extra day's holiday. There are different ways that you can invest in your employees, and I think that community aspect is a really lovely one. This I find really helpful. So when I was doing my PhD, I actually used this framework as a way to measure well-being. It doesn't really exist anymore. The idea behind it was that instead of having GDP as a way of measuring how well we were doing as a country, that actually we should have a measure of well-being within there, and that was a better measure of how well a country was doing. So this framework was built up to feed into that. And I think that they've now moved on to something called the Happy Planet Index. But the reason that I keep this slide in is because I think visually it's really good to see those different aspects of, okay, so what is well-being? What's it made up from? So within here, you've got personal well-being, you've got social well-being, and well-being at work. And it recognizes that within well-being at work, it's got another series of categories. They never went into huge depth on that one, interestingly. Social well-being is around those supportive relationships and trust and belonging. So do you have people around you who you trust? Do you have that sense of belonging within your immediate sphere of community and within the organization? And do you have people that you can go to if you need help, who you can talk to, those positive relationships? With personal well-being, if we look from the left-hand side first, emotional well-being, not just feeling good, but the absence of not feeling bad. Sorry, too many negatives in there. So not feeling depressed and the ability to be happy. Satisfying life kind of explains itself. Do you deem life to be satisfying? Vitality, having that energy. So that physical aspect of well-being feeds into that one quite nicely. Resilience and self-esteem, not just the two of them, but optimism in there as well. And optimism, there's some lovely research that come from the angle that it's important that we have a positive outlook on life, that we see things in the future that energize us, make us feel that there is purpose, and that we can achieve it. And I think optimism was something throughout the pandemic that we saw drop off because it was all a little bit bleak. So the importance of being optimistic. And then positive functioning, what does that really mean? So competence, our ability to be good at something. Autonomy, our ability to be able to make up our own decisions and act on our own and have that ability to be autonomous. Engagement, I've heard a few of you talk about that already. So this is being engaged in the work that we're doing and in our daily lives, and have meaning and purpose as well. Any thoughts on that one? Is there anything surprising in there? There's quite a lot in there in terms of well-being. What are your thoughts?
No, it's very clear.
Go on. That's
Yeah,
clear,
it's
good.
very clear. And I remember in the beginning you mentioned that we will be seeing more about well-being definition, and we will be seeing how we can link it to the strategy of the business and so on. Sorry. So I just want to reflect on something. Once I joined Hilton in the beginning, there was a vision, mission, and values. But now I can see it's totally changed the last 2 years to become a purpose. So now it becomes, I don't see it as a vision, mission, and value. There is a values, but it becomes our purpose. And then it's our purpose with the customer, our purpose or the promise, or the promise to the company, the promise to ourselves. So they have changed totally from vision, mission, value to the purpose and the promise. So now I can see I can see the link between that, because they want to support the well-being idea. So they try now to link it back to the strategy, to change the name to purpose more than vision, mission, and values as before.
Lovely. I've seen a few organizations do that, and I think it brings you back to that kind of feeling of connection and being part of something, and that bigger purpose.
Exactly.
And it's so much easier to buy into than vision, mission, and values, isn't it? How do you feel as an employee in that environment?
Yeah, I felt it in the beginning. I didn't understand why, but I saw it in terms of awareness, and I can see that they start to link the purpose of the customer, why we come to the office every day, and why we do serve our customer, how we can serve our customer, how we can link our work to the overall contribution of the company and the result. So in the beginning, it was very traditional for me to see only the vision, the mission, and the value. But now they try to link each job role and each person toward the global to that purpose. So you can feel it. Like I remember they always were mentioning NASA as a company, that somebody who was a guy who was cleaning the floor. I know and then he said, yeah, I'm cleaning for the floor to launch the to support the launch. So I guess it is quite similar to the idea where they want to link everybody, even from housekeeping, that while you are cleaning the room, to have a smiley customer, a smiley face in the customer faces, and become very happy. So they try to link the purpose for each role, for each person, so they feel the value of themselves within the company.
Yeah, nice. I love that NASA example. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
It'd be really interesting as we get through. We're going to talk about culture and the impact of well-being in contributing to the culture. So for you to reflect back at this point, do I see this purpose filter through well-being, through the activities that you're doing, through your policies and practices? So we'll come back to that one, but really interesting observation there. Thank you. Okay, lovely. The CIPD on wellbeing. Now, I'm not sure if you're aware, but Carrie Cooper, who wrote the book That's Your Cortex, I believe he is still president of the CIPD, and he has done tremendous amounts in terms of recognizing the importance of wellbeing, championing it, and now through the CIPD really championing their ethos and what they are aiming to achieve. So again, we've got that purpose theme going on here. So they want to, so promoting and supporting employee wellbeing is at the heart of their purpose, which is to champion better work and working lives. And then throughout the rest of that quote, you'll see how they create that link between effective wellbeing programs and the benefit to people, organizations, economies, and communities. So we're very fortunate that HR has now got that kind of strategic link between wellbeing, people, and profits, and that there is more work being done to continue having that purpose and that importance there. Their absence survey is, I think it's called a Wellbeing at Work survey now, and it's everything's focusing on wellbeing as a core issue. Interestingly, as I said earlier, that the level 7 that I teach on through the University of Exeter doesn't have a core wellbeing unit, and I find that really surprising that within their own educational standards that they haven't pulled wellbeing out like we have for this unit. So there's obviously some kind of slight discrepancy going on there, but we get the benefit from it today anyway. So the CIPD, great one to look at, and Carrie Cooper, any of his research, his talks, he's very charismatic, really interesting to listen to what he's got to say. Stress. So I jump around on these slides a little bit because we've got to talk about the definitions of well-being, mental health, what have you, and stress is part of that. But for me, it's a journey. So when I started, I was working in the fire service in the UK, and I was working just generically in HR, and then we had a staff survey, and it suggested that our staff were experiencing stress and that it was an issue for us. So my wellbeing story started very much around stress and stress in the workplace. We weren't talking about well-being, we were just talking about the number of people going off sick with stress. So when we talk about implementing well-being in our organisation, we have to recognise what stage of development we're at. And it's fine, whatever stage you are at, but some will be at the stress stage. So people going off sick within an organisation, and that creating additional work demands and cost. So there is lots of talk, often around well-being, that's focused quite narrowly on stress. So stress is the response people have when the work demands are too big to the pressures that they're experiencing and to their knowledge and abilities to cope with that pressure. And there's often a confusion between pressure or challenge and stress, and often we label somebody who's experiencing, we label bad management with somebody experiencing stress. So there's overlap. And then we've also got the difference between stressors and strain. So somebody's got too much work, their work's perhaps too intense, or there is something that's happened that is a stressor. The response to that is the strain, where somebody goes off with work-related stress or they experience burnout. And there's literature behind it. And then these are the, oh, my slides are playing up. Give me a second. There we go. They will wake up in a sec. These are the types of signs and symptoms that we see in a workplace. One more. There we go. And I find this slide really important because for me, I think we have to recognize where we're personally experiencing signs and symptoms of stress, become self-aware around that, and then we can start to do something proactively. So one of the things that I like to pull out is I was studying for my coaching qualification a while back. It's really important to me. Unsurprisingly, that's what I then went and did my PhD in. So you can see how coaching and an initial qualification around that would have been important. And soon after I started my course, I got eczema, a rash around my eyes. And it was, I went back and forth to the doctor. It carried on for a whole year. No creams would get rid of it. And the day after I got my results saying that I'd passed my qualification, the eczema literally disappeared overnight. It's very weird. And what I realized is that I'd been under such stress throughout the course because it was something that was important to me, and I wanted to pass the qualification. And it wasn't until that stress went that the symptom of the stress disappeared. So had, you know, that the rash, the eczema was there as a warning sign that I was experiencing stress. Had I recognized that earlier on, I could have done something to manage that. So signs and symptoms are really useful for us to give us a warning sign that we could do something to manage our stress better or to be healthier. So for me, that's part of well-being, because we will constantly have things that stress us out. And it's either improving our resources to cope with that, or reframing, you know, that stress that we're experiencing. So I just wanted to kind of pop that one up there in terms of reflecting yourself, whether there's any signs and symptoms that you have noticed in terms of your own stress levels and management of stress. And then if you like to talk about yourself or about somebody around you you've noticed, or somebody in your organization, I don't mind which context, but I thought this might be interesting to open up as a discussion. So where have you seen examples of stress at work, and what were those first signs? What impact perhaps did it have on people around that person, and how did you manage it, or how did they manage it? So let me just open up the floor on that question for your reflections. Don't feel like you have to talk personally, but I thought I'd just pause there for a little bit of thought.
Yeah, maybe I mentioned earlier about the well-being, how it's affected in our organization, especially that we open international offices and we have to work a very late hours just to make sure that we are in a good communication channel between us in UAE and our international offices from US, New York. We have in Moscow. We do have also in China, and these type of channels should be spread into all offices at the same time. So the people who are working with, especially with side by side with those international offices, I can see the stress out of them, especially that I am HR business partner. So it's very important for me to make sure that our employees they're having a good well-being in the organization, as well as their satisfaction in the same time. So personally, I have been diagnosed with migraine, a very strong migraine, and that was during my checkup with my doctor. He, after the discussion, he stated that because of the stress at work we faced in the last couple of years, I would say, that caused all these type of diagnosis. So so this is in general.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that one. And migraines are horrible. I think sometimes they can come with no warning, but if you can become aware to notice some of the things, so some of where's the slide on? Anything here that might give you an indication that the migraine's coming on, to take action at that point. Yeah, thank you for sharing that one. Any other thoughts, any other signs and symptoms that people are seeing around them?
Yeah, well, we have in our department an example of employees who are working here in Riyadh, and their families are in other cities, we can see very clear signs of stress on their faces and their productivity, daily productivity. We can see the increase of absenteeism between them. We are trying to solve their issues because we have 3 branches in the West, East, and in the middle of University and Research Center. However, because transfer them to their locations, to their families' location is very much difficult. So we are still having these signs on those employees. We can see the overwhelming, and we can see there is a sense really of hopelessness. We can see it on their dealing with each other, the decreased number of productivity, and so until now, we did not figure out how to solve their stress, and how to solve their issue. Because you cannot solve something that is out of your hand. When they request to transfer to their family's location, it's difficult, and they do not want to. We cannot pushing them to for more productivity and for more sense of happiness. So I don't know what's how to solve this issue really.
Yeah, tricky. What's the difference in location? How far away from their family are they?
By car, maybe 1,000, around 1,000, maybe 400 kilometers. So maybe 12, 11 hours by car. But by plane, it's like maybe around 2 hours, maybe. But it's since they are not living with their family, with their families, so it's so like they are not happy in general.
Yeah. So is that the main problem, that they're separated from their families? And that?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the main problem.
I mean, one tip I would just give all of you really is that I think often we try to fix the wrong problem. So knowing the problem for them is a really good starting point, and then working on that one. So, I mean, I won't try and fix the problem, but some things to think about. And I think, what I think you've already realised is that as much as we want to talk about well-being, some people, we need to deal with the stress before we start talking about how we make life better, which is why I share this. So if, like in our organisation, we've got a lot of people who work, travel into the university for work and their family live elsewhere, or they're working from another country remotely and they've got time challenges and that kind of thing. Or even, how you manage work-life balance when you've got a family around you, particularly fun during a pandemic. Have you looked at working structures and how they can condense their work so that they can spend more time with their family?
I think they, that group, they request for a leave so much. The absenteeism is the rate of absenteeism is so high for those, and we understand that they need to be with their families. However, it's not affecting the work really, because they are handling, we have maybe 6 employees, they are handling very critical human capital tasks. So we cannot just ending their contracts, and we cannot give more opportunities to transfer them, for example, or giving them more leave, because we have policies and procedures on the leaves balance. So yes, it's an issue. We can see it's it's very difficult to be handled.
Yeah, definitely. Some organizations will give you the opportunity to buy more leave. So you're still within your policy, but you can purchase back unpaid days off, essentially. There's some interesting research around 4-day working weeks. So, playing with different working structures and whether, you can work more intense on less days to have more time to travel back home. Remote working. So the research is pushing towards or hybrid working. So any work that you can do from home to give you that better work-life balance is having positive impacts in terms of well-being. And then looking at the sickness absence. So if you're already paying them because they're off sick, how do you balance that up in terms of cost and human capital with investing in other benefits? So, maybe they could be on less hours, and that would actually have a better turnaround. Interesting example. I'm going to pause there for a moment because we'll just go into a whole load of problem solving. But perhaps amongst you can have a think around what you would feed into that as we go through the wellbeing content. And maybe when we come to like the 5 things for you, that could be part of one of your recommendations. So going back to the earlier question around, when you look at the definition of well-being, mental well-being, can you look across the spectrum? Yes, you can. But also in terms of your recommendations, that can go across the spectrum. So looking at things like one of my group students said, our employees are all struggling financially, so we're going to look at implementing a pay rise across this group of employees because of the impact that has on well-being. So maybe yours could be around how you create a better work-life balance for them. Okay.
Yeah. This is maybe part of my research now.
Yeah. Lots to think about. Interesting challenge. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you too.
Can I just check on my timings and where I'm supposed to be at? We are good. So we're going to break at 11:30. As I said earlier, I'm really flexible. So with your energy levels, if you need it earlier or later or what have you, we can shuffle things around as long as you're all in agreement. Are you okay with heading towards 11:30? I'm pausing because I have to keep calculating in my mind where I'm at. So that's in 10 minutes, right? Is that right? Are you 11:20 at the moment? Sorry, because I'm 7:20. So in about 10 minutes, we'll have a break. Does that work for you, does it?
Yes, it's fine. Yeah, it works.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's okay.
Excellent. So let's have a little look at this one then. So some of the theories that feed into wellbeing at work. There are lots of theories. There's a psychological foundation to most of the theories, and positive psychology in particular. So if you're interested in reading more around that, I'll give you a few of the ones that you can go and have a look at that will help with your assignment. Again, these have been on a journey and a developmental progress, kind of moving from that simple definition of well-being to the more complex aspect of mental well-being and feeling good and functioning well. So Martin Seligman's done a lot of research around happiness, and you'll notice with this one, more narrow, focusing around what makes us happy, and then he goes more into the mental well-being side of things with a later theory that I'll show you on the next slide. So he said what makes up happiness is positive emotion, engagement, and meaning. We've seen those reflected in that initial slide that showed you all the different components. He then developed a new theory of well-being and focused on well-being as opposed to just happiness. And this theory is widely used in terms of organizations measuring well-being in the workplace, and also wider in terms of measuring personal well-being. So we've got that positive emotions in there again. We've got that engagement, and we've got meaning, I think, for the 3 we had before. And he's added in positive relationships and accomplishment. So being able to achieve something and having those positive relationships around us. And so there is a questionnaire you can go and look up, the PERMA scale, in order to look at questions that will help you get a snapshot of how your well-being is doing. Hooper and So put together a flourish scale and said that all of these areas contribute towards our ability to feel like we're flourishing. We've got the 5 PERMA areas in there as well. And then added to that one, we've got emotional stability, which we've talked about, optimism. Again, we've seen that reflected in the other measure, resilience, self-esteem, and vitality. So one of the things that I'm trying to draw out is that if we go back to this scale here, this one I chose because I think it whatever the word is, includes a lot of the theory that culminate in making up what is well-being. So this one's like a really nice overview, but the research that feeds into it comes from different places. So Seligman, starting with this one, developing it in a little bit more depth, going into the PERMA scale, and then the full scale of most of the things in that other one I showed you, coming from Hooper and So, and beyond, but it's just one of the examples of the theory. So there is research around each of these components and their impact on well-being. But for your benefit, for the assignment, you don't need to go into massive depth in terms of each tiny aspect, just recognizing that full flavor that there are lots of things that feed into well-being. So when we look at your organizations and you're critiquing, actually, you know, as an organization, we've got great meaning. We really help our employees. We invest in them. We've got accomplishment. We've done some stuff around emotions. We've done stuff around resilience. Lots of organizations perhaps do. But the bit that's lacking, for instance, is self-esteem. We could do more in that area. So the theories help lead us into our own critique and awareness around what more could we do? How could we make this work better? Is there any blind spots that when we talk about well-being, we haven't considered financial well-being at all or something else? The other thing to note is that when it comes to your assignments, it doesn't really matter which measure or theory or definition you choose. It's about you justifying it. So recognizing that there are other theories, there are other things that feed into it, but this is the one I've focused on and why. And that can just be that it's more relevant to your industry, your organization, the country you're working in, just that it makes more sense to you and it's easier for you to communicate to your employees. So lots of reasons that you can feed into it. Employee engagement is another thing that has really come through in importance as well, but it's got quite a history to it. So Khan, the kind of leader of employee engagement, goes back to 1990 with some key research. If I can get these slides to work. So research around the psychological experience of work, leading into the idea of personal engagement, but also personal disengagement. So we can be engaged at work, but we can also be disengaged actively, not engaging in our work, find another word for it, to this concept of employee engagement, and grab you those other definitions there. So the harnessing of yourself to your work roles, you employ and express yourselves physically, cognitively, and emotionally during role performance. Or disengagement, the uncoupling of yourself from your work. So withdrawing, defending yourself during role performance across physically, cognitively, and emotional factors. I'm just going to open that one up a second, because within the previous iterations of running this unit, I found that the people on the call were doing more around engagement perhaps than around well-being. Where are you at with engagement?
It's one of my goals this year to manage employee engagement. And there is different dimensions under the employee engagement, and one of them is the well-being.
Yes. Yes. So are you looking at well-being within the context of employee engagement or engagement within the context of well-being?
Where employee engagement, the main, and
Yes.
under it there is the well-being part of it.
Okay, great. So again, that's important when it comes to your definitions, because your organization may be looking at something different. So it might just be that, as you said, they're looking at engagement and well-being as part of that. Or it could be that you're looking the other way around and you're introducing well-being and engagement being part of that. Either's absolutely fine. But we're looking at, I really like this model because there's lots of things that feed into that personal engagement side of things. So the behaviors that we see in the workplace, and then how people choose to express or employ their personal selves. So McLeod and Clark suggested that engagement was made up of integrity, employee voice, and I'm sure many of you will have things in your organization that allow employees to express their opinions, their thoughts. The strategic narrative, so what you're doing within your strategy, and engaging managers. Now, managers are so key across an organization, and we're going to certainly see that and focus on that within some of the lectures in particular, because that will be important in terms of the success of whether well-being works in an organization, and that link into the strategy and what's carried out on a day-to-day basis. Just another theory as well to think about what's underpinning the things we're talking about. So the job demands and resources model demonstrates the impact between the demands that are placed on us and our resources or ability to carry out our work, and then burnout being negatively related to well-being and essentially to working safely. So we have to balance those demands and resources in order that we can cope and succeed in our work. So I'm not trying to go into great depth on these. I'm just pointing you in the direction of some of the theories that underpin the different aspects of well-being. And here's a little summary that might help in terms of your own research and your assignments. So the broaden and build theory, the idea that positive emotions broaden our awareness and over time enable us to build resources. So if we think about stress and the job demands model that we just looked at, if we can build our resources over time and use our positive emotions, then that's going to help in terms of building our resilience to cope with the stress. Csikszentmihalyi, if I pronounce it correctly, has the concept of flow. This is a really lovely one when it comes to well-being, because it's about motivation and the idea that when we're immersed in an activity, that we get into a state of well-being. So something that's appropriately challenging, and you lose yourself in that task. You are in a state of flow, a bit like mindfulness. So that's something that is considered to be really useful for our well-being. Hope theory, so our ability to produce pathways to achieve desired goals and motivations to use those pathways. If we think about optimism, that links into that one. Psychological well-being, we've talked about. So Riff and Keys have one of the measures that we've looked at in terms of measuring psychological well-being. Self-determination theory is around motivation and the idea that we get motivated from things external to us or internal to us. So that's a really good one in terms of how we motivate ourselves and feel good about the work that we're doing. And then there's lots of research around strength and the idea that if we can use our strengths to achieve what we want to achieve, that this will improve our well-being as well. And Peterson and Seligman and Lindley have done lots of research that I'll talk about as we go through the content. And then finally, the Health and Safety Executive Management Standards suggest that there's 6 areas that if we don't manage these properly, they will impact in terms of stress in the workplace. Demands, we've talked about the demands placed upon us, the control we've got, so how much say we've got over the way we carry out our work. Support brings us back again to line managers and whether that feels supportive, but also our colleagues around us. Our positive relationships, our role definition. So do we understand the importance of our role, what we're supposed to be doing, and the impact of that in terms of the wider strategy, and also that we haven't got any conflict within our role, and then the amount of change that we're going through at the moment. Okay, so those will underpin the context of what we're talking about as we go forward, and just useful in terms of that initial definition of well-being and where it comes from. We are going to pause for a little break, and then we'll come back and continue our content. Oh, sorry, slides are having a little play. So I think I put down 20 minutes. Yes, 20 minutes. So just smidge over. Yeah, just after kind of 10, just before 5 to basically. Does that work for you? 20 or so minutes? 53 minutes past. Yeah, excellent. Okay. Lovely, thank you. So I'll just pause the recording, pause my camera, and we'll take a 20-minute break, and I will see you back here in a second. If you've got any questions, feel free to let me know or have a ponder over the break, and I'll see you in a minute.
I'm not sure if my colleagues agree if we can decrease the time of the breaks here so we can finish earlier.
How does everyone feel about that?
I'm okay with that, right?
You're okay with that? This one I put in for 20 minutes. We can make it 15 minutes, but I can certainly make lunch shorter if you want a shorter lunch break. So does 15 minutes work?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. So back at, do my math, 10 to? Yeah, just about 10 to. All right, I'll see you in a minute. Thank you.
Thank you. See you.
I think I might cut it though. Is everybody there?
Yes.
Hi, Marianne.
Yes,
Hi.
yes, I'm here.
Excellent, lovely. Yeah, as I said, we can adjust the timings going through to figure out what time you'd like to finish. So if we work towards, let me just grab my, I put lunch in for 1 o'clock. So yeah, we've got about kind of an hour and a bit, haven't we? Yes. Before lunch. How long would you like for lunch?
I guess 20 minutes. Is it enough?
20 minutes. Ooh.
Yeah, because so we can shrink the time and we can finish earlier. If anybody agree, if it's fine, if you want to have 30 minutes, it's fine as well.
Yeah, that's fine. And also we've got 20-minute break. Often people like to skip the last break and then finish a bit earlier. And I can certainly speed up a little bit. And we've got, yeah, I know I've got a good, how long? 45 minutes in for your group presentations, which with only 5 of you, that won't take so long. So let's say if I kind of aim to finish by 4 o'clock, would that sound good?
Okay, so 4 UAE time, right?
4 o'clock. Oh gosh, yeah. Are you on different time scales as between
Yes,
you?
yeah. So yeah, in Saudi Arabia it's 3.
Oh my goodness. Sorry.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
fine.
Yes. UAE time. So an hour earlier, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, lovely. So if we do that, 20 minutes. Does that sound okay, or do you need 30 minutes? I don't know if any of you have got prayer time or anything you do over lunch. Is 20 minutes too tight, or is that good?
Good for me.
It's okay. Karia, Haya, Mazen, is 20 minutes okay for you?
I think so.
Yeah, okay, cool. All right. Well, we'll go with 20 minutes for lunch. So lunch, 1 o'clock to 1:20. And then do you think, I'm always conscious that with working online, it can be a little bit heavy, so which is why I put lots of breaks in. But do you think that you might plan to work through that second break so that we finish that a bit earlier? Or do you feel like you might need an afternoon break as well?
No break. We can finish earlier if that's okay.
Yeah, you're okay? Okay, fine. All right, well, I'll plan to scrap the last break, and then, but I will just check in with you. And if anybody feels like they need to go and grab a drink or just step away from the computer for a bit, just let me know and we can build it in. Okay, so any comments or questions from the content so far? All clear? Speed okay?
Yes, all is clear. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. So what I've got, I just wanted to share with you is a case study, very, very short one actually. So NHS, which is our National Health Service survey, demonstrated that morale, pay satisfaction and well-being were declining. And I wondered what you would think about this. So I'm going to share this article. In fact, I think it might be easier if I just pop the link in the chat. There you go. Have a look at that link, and I will also share my screen. Yeah, so a survey last year demonstrated lower morale, more people thinking about changing their jobs, feeling unable to meet all conflicting demands at work, and felt unwell because of work-related stressors. 31% say that they often think about leaving the NHS, which has increased more people from the past 4 years. 23% looking for a new job, which is the highest proportion again in 4 years. And only 43% felt that they had all the demands, or were able to meet all of the demands on their time at work, which again has been decreasing. So we've got this kind of pattern of higher stress levels, reduced morale in the organisation, and people just not being able to meet the demands to do their job. They also saw that bullying and harassment was rife. 27% experienced bullying, harassment or abuse. And then physical and mental health declining. So more musculoskeletal problems, more people feeling unwell as a result of work-related stress, more people feeling burnt out, so more than half, 51%, and that's ambulance staff. And then the chief executive said NHS leaders know only too well the relentless demands being placed on their teams due to staffing vacancies. So huge difficulty filling vacancies in the organisation. So we've got this issue of like chronic workforce shortages, and then declining levels of health within the existing staff. it's pretty depressing, really. But I thought it was an interesting one to pull up as a case study. I think, sorry, I'm just speed reading through it for ease for you, but I think the rest of it all is pretty much what we've already said. There's talk about urgent and significant wage rises. I'm sure you've seen, that within the UK, we've got a whole series of organisations striking at the moment over pay or paying conditions in particular. So that's an ongoing issue within the NHS plus other organisations. Staff feeling less valued, that their work is increasingly unrecognised and they're not allowed to progress. And then that has a knock-on impact in terms of waiting lists for patients within the NHS. Then you've got household bills going through the roof, and the cost of staff having to get into work, the travel cost, the parking cost, and how you balance all of that up and also feel valued. So I've popped the link if you want to have a look, read through that one in greater detail. But essentially, from what I've already said, I'm just going to show you my other slide. There we go. I wondered what you would recommend to address any of those issues with morale, satisfaction and well-being. So if you were in the HR department for the NHS and you'd just been presented with those findings and that context of what was happening in the organisation, what comes to your mind? What are your thoughts? Oh, sorry, slide's moving. Over to you. Any thoughts?
Yeah, we can give an example. For example, we can give an example of an issue related to satisfaction and well-being, and discuss how to reach the recommendation part. Actually, I don't have so much like examples of issues for now.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe if I go deeper and make more research, the real examples in my organization will come up.
Okay.
But for now, I don't know if my colleagues they have something to add, thoughts.
I think which of the issues would you deal with first, perhaps? So if this was your organisation, what would be the first thing you would do?
Again, please.
If this was your organisation, what would be the first thing you would do?
I would do. Go ahead after you.
You mean the issues related to satisfaction and morale in my organization?
If you were working in HR for the NHS,
yeah,
and you'd found out that there was a staff survey and some research that demonstrated what I've just gone through in that case study,
yeah.
what would be coming to your mind as an HR manager as to what you would deal with first?
I don't know. I will list all the issues related to satisfaction of the employees.
Yeah.
Search on what are the cause of those issues.
Mm-hmm.
To analyze later, to analyze the causes of those issues, and then we can come up with alternative solutions for those issues. Choose the best maybe solution to reach the satisfaction of the employees in relation to those issues, and then we can implement a program or something, or like maybe updating a policy, updating procedures, based on real issues are really happening. So
Mm.
this is
Yeah,
in general,
absolutely.
yeah, this is in general how to deal with issues related to morals and satisfaction for the
Yeah.
employees.
Yeah, absolutely. So you could, for instance, looking back at the jobs, demands, resources model of stress, which appears to be quite a big issue from what they're talking about.
Yes.
From what you've said, you could look at what are the demands on them, and let's note all those out. What are the resources they've got in order to deal with those demands, and how do we create perhaps some working groups off the back of that to take that further so that they're better able to cope? Yeah, sounds good. Thank you. Alhood, what do you think?
I would say that I might focus on a small focus groups
Yeah.
in order to listen more. And it's very obvious that most of the common issues looks like a lack of well-being, lack of support of the line manager and the HR that led them to feel that they want to leave the company. There is a stress, harassment. So it looks like we need to evaluate overall the policy of the HR, and it needs to be evaluate overall the well-being. But of course, having
Thank
a
you.
focus group to listen more to them, it can be
Yeah.
bring even the solution by itself or the remedy of the situation.
Yeah, absolutely. So focus groups using that employee voice, bearing in mind the importance of employee voice in terms of engagement. If they raise things like this and then there's the low morale, if we can use those focus groups to hear what they see as the issues and then work together to create the solutions, really nice way forward. Actually, that's what I did within the fire service. We had a similar situation that I found myself in, and we had a staff survey that said everybody was struggling, and we created focus groups for each of the problem areas, and I was running the stress focus group, which eventually became an employee-led stress and wellbeing group that championed the agenda going forward and implemented things like line manager training. So really good suggestions. I think the difficulty with this one is there's so much in there, and it's like, okay, well, where do we start? What's the problem that I need to tackle first that's going to help to deal with this? And which one have we got control over? Because if they can't get the staff in, the demands are going to continue to be there. The lack of resources is going to continue to be there. So how can we impact on something out of our control? But two really good suggestions there. So thank you. I just thought I'd pop that one up. I thought it was quite a contemporary one. Are you all right if I move on?
Yeah, of course, please.
Thank you. Now, of course, I forgot to open up this webpage, but I'm hoping this is going to work, except that, hang on.
That work? Hang on. Ah, there we go. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Oh, you can. Lovely. Last time I tried to do this, because I had headphones on, the speakers wouldn't work. So I'm hoping this is going to work. It's a really useful little video clip from the CIPD. Just shout out or pop something in the chat if you can't hear it, but I'm hoping this will work. Right, hang on, give me a second. Right, I just need to open the link then. Give me a second. Right. Share screen. Here we go. Cool. Get there eventually.
The world of work is changing fast. People are living and working longer, increasingly caring for their children and parents. There's a growing pressure to do more with less, and technology is keeping us switched on, enabling us to work wherever and whenever we choose.
Sorry.
Growing awareness of the importance of well-being.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, doctor, but we cannot see the screen. We only can hear the video, but not see and hear at the same time.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for putting that one out. Try that. That should have worked. Can you see that?
Yeah, we can see now.
Okay, lovely. And this sound should now work.
And the impact of poor mental and physical health. Organisations are facing greater responsibility for the well-being of their employees. Sickness absence costs the UK economy over £14 billion a year. That's £554 per employee. Organisations that ignore employee well-being risk absenteeism, poor performance and higher costs. But well-being isn't just about fixing problems, it's about creating opportunities and generating long-term value. So what do we mean by well-being? What an effective health and well-being programme looks like will depend on the needs of the organisation and its people, but it's likely to include health promotion, a good working environment, flexible working, positive relationships, opportunities for career development and a healthy management style. Well-being creates workplaces which support health and happiness so that people can flourish and reach their potential, benefiting themselves and the organisation. So why do so few companies recognise the importance of well-being? For businesses, attracting the right talent is essential, but making sure people are happy, healthy and engaged is fundamental to sustainable business performance. Investing in well-being leads to increased resilience, greater innovation and higher productivity. It makes good business sense. But well-being initiatives often fall short of their potential because they stand alone, isolated from the everyday business. When to gain real benefit, well-being must be integrated throughout an organisation, embedded into its culture, its leadership and its people management. The HR profession is in a unique position to drive this agenda, to understand the needs of both workforce and organisation, and to deliver the benefits of well-being throughout the business. Find out how HR can develop organisations with well-being at their core for happier, healthier, sustainable business.
Okay, so hopefully that was just an interesting and very short overview of the health and wellbeing agenda from CIPD's perspective. And I really like the fact that it pulls out the visual. You've got the tree in the corner of the room, and the truth behind that. Lots of organisations typically do something around wellbeing. They invest in it, but it is an activity or it is a project, and it's not being integrated within an organisation's mission and purpose. So that's where we're aiming towards, excuse me, in terms of the strategy and the potential of wellbeing and the benefits that can have to business.
Yeah, so interesting. I found it really interesting video. I'm not sure if this video is there in the slides, the link of that video.
Yes, it is. Yes, I will show you that now. I just couldn't play it from the slides.
Yeah, because it's summarizing. Yeah, perfect. It's really summarizing, I believe, the whole full picture of well-being at work.
Yeah, thank you. It's a nice one to share with your senior leaders as well, because it does sum it up so quickly. The video is actually a little bit old now. It's a few years ago. But yes, thank you for your feedback on that. I'm glad you found that useful. So the link is there. It's just on YouTube if you want to share that with anybody. And we will come back to that as we go through the content, because I've pulled out later the what they suggest make up a successful wellbeing program, and we'll look at the components of that. Interestingly, there's just been some research that shows that the organizations have implemented lots of things around well-being, but they're still not working. They're still not delivering what we want to, because people are either not aware of them or the workforce are not fully utilizing them. So there's a real blocker around what an organization is trying to do in terms of well-being and the actual reality of how well it's carried out. So again, that's another theme that we'll pick up as we go through the content. Right, we're going to have a little bit of fun now. I've got a thing called Mentimeter. I don't know if you've come across it before. I'm going to stop the share 1 second because I'm going to just open up a different screen. But basically, it's a 4-question quiz just to get your engagement with some questions around stress statistics. Statistics can always be a little bit dry, so I thought this was a bit more of a fun way of doing it. 1 second, just getting me to approve my web page login. And here we go. Oh, sorry, 1 second. I had it all ready and then it timed me out. Okay, wellbeing quiz. Present, here we go. Okay, so if you go to the website menti.com, MENTI.com, I will pop that in the chat if I can get to it. I've lost the chat. Can you see that? Just can you see the slide saying how many working days are lost to stress at work in the UK?
Yeah, we can see that.
Yeah, lovely. So just type into your web browser menti.com and then pop in that code that's up the top of the page. And what it'll allow you to do is just vote your answer. So it's just a bit of fun, really. Should tell me when you've logged in. Is that all okay? You're all managing to see, there you go, lovely. It's always interesting to see the cross section. Everyone else okay logging into that one? Two of you in?
For some reason, I'm not able to vote, so I will go with 45.
Oh, you're not able to vote? Are you able to log in? Okay. Ah, there's 3 of you doing it. 4. Mariam, is it just you that can't get in and vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Which one would you vote for then? Let's just add you in.
Middle.
The middle one. Go for the biggest one. Fantastic, thank you. Okay, so we've got an interesting mix. How many working days are lost to stress at work in the UK? Somewhere between 10 million and 90 million. If I go return, I think it should Yay, there we go, give me the right answer. So whoever put 90 million, you are correct. Well done. So yeah, 90 million working days lost to stress at work in the UK per annum. Quite incredible, really. Let's have a look at the next one, if I can get this to move on. Here we go. Remember how to use my technology. Have a vote on this one. How many workers report feeling extremely stressed at work? 1 in 15, 1 in 5, or 1 in 3? And these are UK-based statistics. And Mariam, I've popped the chat up. So if you want to unmute and tell me, or just pop it in the chat, absolutely fine. So 1 in 15, 1 in 3. Even split. Okay, so we've got more of you going with 1 in 15 with Mariam's as well, or 1 in 3. The actual answer is, sorry, 1 in 5. So 1 in 5 workers report feeling extremely stressed at work. Next one. What percentage of unemployed people rate their life satisfaction as low or very low? So some research done between the correlation between being unemployed and life satisfaction. 75, 45, or 15%. One more. There we go. Okay, cool. Mariam's 75, so nobody's going for 15. So yes, it's suggesting quite a high proportion of unemployed people rating their life satisfaction as low or very low. The actual answer is 45. What is interesting is the research shows that if you're unemployed, it will be far lower than if you're employed. So 45% on that one. Well done for most of you getting it right. And then I think finally, is work good for you? Yes or no? Yes? Yes, Mariam, yes? No? Interesting split. Okay. So interestingly, the research shows that yes, work is good for you. So that is the correct answer. However, only if it is good work. And what we're going to do shortly is look at what defines good work, so that within one of the fundamental aspects of the workplace, we can be designing work that is good, rather than just presuming that any work is good for you. Well done on those, brilliant. So that's all done. Oh, it doesn't give me a leaderboard, but fantastic. Well done on getting those answers correct, or just engaging in that actually. I will go back to the slides when I find them. There we go. Have you used Mentimeter before?
No, that's my first time.
Yeah, we use it all.
Oh, you have used it in...
It's nice. So we can do it. We can implement that, for example, the Menti.com. It's the first time I see this. I think it's a quick questionnaire.
Yeah, absolutely. You can use it in lots of different ways. I think I've even seen people do presentations on it rather than just questions. My technical skills are not incredible, but we do like to try and engage with different activities just because it's just fun. You're online, we've got to try and keep it engaging. And it's a nice way to try out what you think is the answer without being embarrassed and calling out the wrong answer or anything. So those are the questions that we did. The right answers are also at the end of the slides, just for your own reference as well. So no, have a look at Menti, it's fun. So let's have a little look at a few more statistics. I trust that those slides are showing okay for you. so statistics obviously get updated all the time. These are relatively recent, kind of 2021-ish on average. There are some more that have been produced in 2022, and you will have slightly different research for your own countries and organisational sectors as well. But patterns are fairly similar. Public sector in the UK tends to have worse statistics, as we've seen in that article, but this will give you a flavour and some useful statistics that you can use for your assignments as well. So productivity has been dropping. Businesses are losing more time and money in relation to loss of working hours. So that could be that somebody's in work but not working productively. It could also be that they're off sick. So we've got about 38 productive days per employee per year that are being lost. Worse with lower income and younger groups, but we're finding that engagement levels are increasing year on year. So one of the things that's fundamental to me is that employees want to engage in good work. They want to contribute, they want to have that meaning and that purpose, so that there is a desire to be engaged, but often we battle with conditions around us that mean that that's not always possible. And then ill health, productivity gets impacted. The pandemic has had so many impacts for all of us. Interestingly, there are some good things coming out of it now. You know, we've seen a huge emphasis in terms of wellbeing in the workplace because of the dire impact it had in terms of wellbeing and depression throughout the pandemic and since. And it's taken a long time to recover. So 1 in 5 people experience depression since the pandemic, whereas previously it was 1 in 10, so half. We're getting 1 in 8 developing moderate to severe depressive symptoms during the pandemic, and 6% are just over kind of continuing to experience that. And I don't know within your own countries if you've noticed a kind of resurge in it as the figures have picked up again. And obviously each country is handling it slightly different. Within the UK, we're doing a living with COVID type ethos message around it. So I'm seeing more people go into the supermarket with masks on. We've got people within workplaces who are anxious about coming into work. So we've got far more hybrid working now, but also a general expectation that you'll get on and do your job. Last time I delivered this unit online to your previous cohort, we still had people who couldn't go into the workplace without having a negative test. So all of that is having an impact into people's general mental health. And for me, that's part of the burden of coping with all of these pressures that are on us at the moment. So you've got, you know, the COVID impact, you've got the recession, you've got the economic crisis, financial crisis, all of, you know, everything that's happening is challenging our resources to cope with the demands placed on us. And that's also impacting in terms of musculoskeletal conditions, where more people are experiencing body pain and challenges, which for me is part of that stress picture. Any thoughts or reflections on that one? What do you see in your own organisations or in your own countries? Ongoing impacts or living with COVID, moving on?
In my country,
Oh, say that again, Mary. I've gone quiet. There we go.
we are now being normal. We don't have the restrictions about COVID anymore.
No.
Less people wearing masks. We do have people wearing masks, but very less than before when the pandemic starts. And I think, yeah, life goes back to normal.
Yeah. What about like the stress? Are you noticing higher sickness absence, or do people quote it as long COVID or anything like that coming through? So although there's no restrictions on your movements, do you notice ongoing impacts?
We still have in our policy for those who diagnosed or they got COVID, they still can work remotely for 5 days.
For 5 days, yeah.
For 5 days. Other than this, everything is fine.
Okay, cool. Anybody have any different experiences? Okay, interesting. So all I would really, oh, go on. I think we might have a slight delay there.
Yeah, actually the stress situations were very clear and obvious between employees.
The stress situations were clear. Elaborate further. Oh. Hiya. So,
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, since we are partially in a research, medical research center, so the employees were very stressed who are working in the lab in the infectious disease, experiments.
Yeah.
There was like some situations, some conflicts between them, the people who are working in the labs with their scientists to continue working. They were asking to stop the work temporarily, and just because there was very stressed that they have families, they are trying to avoid infections, and the productivity were very low since 2020 until the end of 21. The productivity of the lab work and experiments, the results were dropped. So the stress, yes, affect the employees so much and affect their productivity, especially who were working on the labs, the research labs.
Yeah, absolutely. What infections were you working with? You weren't working with any of the COVID infections?
Yeah, actually there is a research infectious disease. I'm not working on the lab, but they are part of the departments under our supervision. There is this a department of specifically working on the infectious disease experiments, research, I mean. Yeah. That department was so much affected by the pandemic and the coronavirus, situation, the pandemic situations, I mean. Yeah, because we are in a research center, it's divided into sections. Each section, like for example, the experimental, infectious disease section, stem cell section, it differs. But people who are working under the infectious disease lab were so much affected and stressed more.
Yeah. During
the pandemic.
Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Let's have a little bit more depth. Some of the drivers of poor mental health were around boredom, which is something that we see that, and loneliness. Actually, I think the last one on the slide is really sad, because if you link it back to the research around the importance of community, social connections, the fact that we've got a high proportion of loneliness implies that people haven't got those connections. You come into work, you connect with people, you have a family, and then the pandemic takes that away. And even now, I think it's taken us an awful long time to get back to where we were pre-pandemic in terms of, certainly in the UK, I think we're quite an insular country anyway, in terms of social connections. So, welcoming people back into your home, feeling comfortable to go back into the workplace, going to large or even small social connections. So it's, for me, something that I think we've got real potential to harness in terms of how do we re-establish those relationships and the importance of those going forward. Excuse me. But obviously you've got some of the expected statistics on here as well. So poor mental health due to not seeing people, going outside, worry about friends and family getting it, worry about yourself getting it. This I find interesting. Actually, the next slide's more interesting, but I'll share this one as well. So we've seen 12.8 million working days lost due to stress, depression, or anxiety. That was 2018-19, 18 million in 1920. So increasing numbers due to stress, depression, or anxiety, and a large proportion of work-related ill health due to stress. But we look at this, so stress is going up, engagement is going up, productivity is going down, sickness absence until 2020 was also going down. So I deliver this series of lectures regularly. I have done every year for about the last 4 years, and I always use this slide. And so I've been watching these statistics, and we see that sickness absence in the UK, although I imagine other countries are fairly similar, decreasing year on year on year until the pandemic. And then obviously the pandemic impacted in terms of the number rising again. I think I saw the statistics the other day. So for 2022, they are still going up. So we had the lowest rate of sickness absence on record in 2020. And now if you track that line back, we're going back about 10 or so years. So a real regression in terms of the progress we've made. And then added to that, the 65% of people doing a CIPD survey said that people work when they're unwell. 67% of people are using their holidays to work, all working when they're off sick. And 79% report stress-related absence, up to 90% in large organisations. So you add that onto the slide here, and those statistics are quite misleading, because these are only the recorded sickness absence. In addition, you've got the loss of productivity for people working when they're just not feeling particularly well. And you've got people who are working off sick, and then people not recording sickness as well. So quite a complex state of how we measure absence. And then this issue of presenteeism. Is this a term that is familiar to you?
Actually not, but maybe it's the opposite of absenteeism, maybe.
Oh, so absenteeism would be being off work sick. The opposite of that would be in work not sick. Nearly, we're somewhere in the middle. So presenteeism is the going to work when you're sick. So it's nearly the opposite. So let's say I've got a cold and I go into work because I'm teaching, but I can't fully produce what I would normally if I was feeling well. I really should be home, dosed up with cold and flu tablets, or just keep an eye on the chat there. Everything all right? Oh yeah, I know, bless you. But we go into work. Now, different people will do it for different reasons. There's often a culture around being seen to be present in the workplace. It can have knock-on impacts in terms of our finances if you lose pay. And within the environment that we're in at the moment, there is a huge issue around job security, stability. So if I have a high sickness absence record, it might be more likely that I might lose my job. So we're seeing more people, and I think the latest statistic, yeah, so this one they reckon is 5 to 10 times larger than the impact of absenteeism. So for every one person that goes off absent, you've got 5 to 10 people showing presenteeism. So that has a huge impact because you're in work, but you're not being fully productive. So that has ongoing costs. It might impact in terms of morale, certainly impacts in terms of your well-being. So let me open this one up for you. Have you seen this, not necessarily the term, but the concept in work, people going into work? Kyrie, you've already said you're in today and not well. So have you got an issue around people coming into work when they're not well?
Actually, that's me.
Yes.
Even at like my job, I attend even when I'm sick. If I felt like at the end, like after in the middle of the day, like I really cannot complete the day, I excuse from my manager and I just leave. But I go there because I don't want because my manager is new, so he's less than 1 year. I don't want him to say like he take a lot of a lot of sick leaves or so on, because we have this type in our organization, when people, if they don't want to come, they just apply for a sick leave. We have two kinds of sick leaves, one with certificate, one without certificate.
Yes. So
yeah, in all my 6 years in the center, I haven't used the one without certificate. So because of the judge, I'm afraid of the judgmental. They are saying if anyone using the sick leave without certificate, that means they don't want to show to the work, and that's it. They are not sick, so they are misusing it. So I'm avoiding to use it. If like I need to show my manager that I'm really ill, so now I have to do an operation or a surgery to get my tonsils removed. But I've been delaying this because I don't want anyone to say, oh, she's taking a lot of sick leave. So yeah, that's my worry, the judgmental.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm totally there with you on that one. What impact does that have for you in terms of your well-being?
Oh, I've become sick a lot more than even before, which is annoying, because even now my manager started doing the same. So I said, if he's coming to work with the flu or with a cough or something, I should have do that as well. So it's become stereotype now with the center, unfortunately, with our department, not with the center, with our department. So when you are sitting in the department, you hear everyone is coughing, sneezing, like you are in hospital, in a waiting area in the hospital, which is annoying. But the productivity is the same, but you feel when you're back to the house, you feel you become more ill, because all the stress and all the energy you have, you spend it at the office.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
You
And
end up
you're lower in your immune system as well.
Exactly. We call that, I don't know if you know this term, burnout.
Yep. Yes.
This is what so yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And I find it really sad because time and time again, you know, particularly with stress, but obviously with other health as well, we don't want to say about it. So we don't. So we continue battling, and then we just run our energy levels down. So you think about your demands and resources, your resources are depleted. So you haven't got that energy to fight the smallest infection. And then we end up going properly off sick because we can't physically get into work. Thank you for sharing that. Absolutely. So does anybody else have any similar experiences, or maybe, you know, within your organization, you're more encouraged to take sick leave? That would be an interesting concept.
Yeah, I have same situation like Khairia. We are just like enforced sometimes to work while sick, just to avoid the judgment of not taking the responsibilities, especially if you have leadership tasks.
Yes, yeah. So when we talk about well-being, how do we overcome this challenge? You know, we know that within our organizations, we talk money, they tend to listen. So we talk about the cost of sickness absence. It's a language most senior executives can understand. When we talk about presenteeism, it's more difficult to understand, because as much as you can measure it, so you could take the cost of your sickness absence, I've seen, they reckon the impact is 5 to 10, but I think the multiplier is 2.5. So you take your cost of sickness absence, £50 per employee per year, whatever, and multiply it by 2.5, you've got a real cost to the business. Then you look at, you know, the initiatives around that. So one of the things I love about the university I work for is they do really focus on well-being. We've got a very generous holiday policy. And throughout the pandemic, they've dotted in additional leave days, which was really sweet. It was like, we're going to give the whole workforce an extra leave day this year, just to recognise the impact of the additional pressure and stress that you've been under because of the pandemic. And I think that they've done it twice. And then we get additional leave days for celebration and things as well. So the impact that has in terms of morale, but also that, you know, just taking time out to rest, spend time with your family, what have you, has a real impact. But the cost is interesting as well. So how, you know, they've obviously justified that at some point by looking at the sickness absence statistics, and then the cost of, I don't even know how many employees we have, like 30,000 employees, all taking an additional leave day throughout the year. So I wanted to kind of throw that out, because is it worth investing in additional leave, or improved sickness absence policies, or line manager training in terms of how you support somebody who should be going off sick, or the concept of duvet days? Now, these are my favourite idea. The idea that you can have a handful of days a year where you can literally phone your manager and say, I'm taking a duvet day, with the idea that, you know, you're feeling a bit run down, you're not actually sick, but you could do without going into work that day. And you can just take it with no explanation whatsoever. Let me throw that one out there as a concept for you. Is it something that you've heard of, would consider? What do you think?
I think it's based on the line manager understanding of the real well-being for employees. The manager should not be only a manager, should be a leader and understanding all the employees, you know, feelings, circumstances, make like a daily tour between the employees to check up how they feel, are they okay, everything is okay, if they need any coaching or support. It will add a lot for, I think, for the employee well-being, more than working on the policy. Sometimes if you just work on a proposal to edit or to update policies and procedures, it is not usually accepted by higher management of the organization for requesting adding more, you know, sick leave, because this is like based on the kingdom's policies and work policies. So we cannot, it's very difficult to update or to add or to edit the policies that were from the beginning created from the kingdom itself.
Yes.
But I think it's mainly the role of the line manager to protect their employees from being in such situations of presentism.
Yeah, you raise a great point, and said, and I will repeat as we go through, the importance of the line manager. You know, if we go back to the idea that organizations are implementing initiatives to support well-being, but they're not working, it's often the line managers that are blocking it, or the culture that, you know, we've got a sickness absence policy, but our employees don't feel safe to say I'm sick, so that's not working. I'm also interested in your concept about, you know, the policies coming from the kingdom. So I presume you mean like the state minimum allowance in terms of annual leave and sick leave. Do you not find companies enhance that? Obviously you can't decrease it, but do people tend to stick with that base level, or is there variety according to the organization?
I think it's for the organizational sections. I'm not sure about the private sections. Maybe they have lower allowances of leaves and sick leaves. This is what I understand. I'm not sure about the private sectors. I'm just talking about the organizational sectors.
Yeah.
Yes, we have a maximum limited leaves during the contract,
Yep.
We cannot request for more because this is, as I mentioned before, it's like policies that were set from the beginning for all organizational sectors.
Oh, that's interesting.
Haya, may I ask, do you have like emergency leaves?
We
or...
have, we have emergency leave for specific, for specific cases. Not
remote work?
Remote work, no, it was stopped actually since 2021. It was implemented, yes, but it was stopped when life
Back to normal.
Back to normal, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, interesting. So in Saudi Arabia, do you have a higher proportion of like government-led organizations?
Yes, of course. We have government organizations and private sectors like companies or big companies, small companies. This is private sectors. And we have governmental sectors, some universities, hospitals,
Yeah, that's interesting because if I just reflect in the UK, so we've got a minimum leave entitlement of 5.6 weeks, which is basically 4 weeks plus 8 bank holidays. So the private organisations will take that, some will enhance it by a couple of days. The public sector, the government-led organisations will have typically 6 weeks, so higher again. But you'll get quite a bit of variety, so within the university we have 8 weeks, I think. And it's something that our organisations will take as a benefit, with the public sector having more than most. Yeah, so interesting in terms of not being restricted. We can't go lower than the minimum, but often people will go above. So just throw that out there. The other thing I wanted to share with you, we've got presenteeism on the slide. There's a new concept called leavism, which I'm guessing if you haven't heard of presenteeism, you won't have heard of leavism. Do correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the idea that people are booking leave and working throughout their leave, or using their leave to stay on top of their work. So we have that leave, you have to use a certain amount of it. But people will just work through it anyway, which is terrible because we have the policy in place in order to protect you of minimum amounts of leave that you have to take within a certain time period. Yeah. So Mariam, it's you. I admit it's been me as well, although I do try and cancel the leave at the last minute if I find that I've got to work through it. So you end up having leave, which is meant to make you refreshed, but you work and then you return to work more drained, more tired, not having had the benefit of that rest. Any thoughts on that one? Is that something you see?
I guess this one is very common, and especially when you grow in terms of career and level up, it becomes normal.
Yeah, it's sad though,
Yeah, if you are in charge, like in leadership roles, I believe this is very, very normal to work during your leaves. But it's really affects. I mean, the affect like your feelings, your excitement to go back to work after your leave. This is
Yeah, absolutely. But you're right. If you're in a management position, you've got responsibility. How do you just drop your emails and your work, regardless of additional work that you might have to do just to stay on top of things? So all of this impacts in terms of well-being, and hopefully you're getting the themes that I'm kind of handing out to you in terms of things that you might think, okay, actually within my organization, this is something that we could do something around. With leavism within the university, we have certain times of year which are typically quiet across a whole department. And we've had, like the King's coronation coming up, we'll all have a leave day for that. That's quite nice because you know that your colleagues aren't going to be emailing you. You know that things are typically quieter because people aren't in work. So Christmas is a really good one for us as well, because so many people down tools that you do have that opportunity to have rest. So how do you create that environment where people can take meaningful rest, meaningful leave, and come back to work refreshed, and that you have that culture that if you're on leave, you don't email that person or you don't expect a reply from that person. We had so like emails will go out saying, I'm out of office, I won't be responding to the email during this time. And also cultural things around the timing that you send emails. So we work 9 to 5, and about a manager setting an expectation that I won't email outside of core hours. So yes, we have flexible working. Some people choose to work earlier into the evening, but they'll delay their emails when they send them so that they send in working hours. So there isn't that expectation that somebody will immediately respond. That's probably one of the challenges of COVID, is that we've almost become a 24/7 society where, because we're working from home, we don't have travel time, we're working all of the time. So how do you create that culture around sensible working hours? Any thoughts on that one?
Should come from top down, from the leaders
Yes.
first, to influence others to stop this behavior.
Yeah.
And if the leader keep doing this, so the under him they will all be responsible and be, as Uhud said, her manager is rare taking leave during his sickness, so she feels like it's her duty as well to follow his way. So this is what I believe. So
Yeah, absolutely. It's so important, the standard that the leader sets. I was just thinking through an example of, you know, you also want to be seen to your manager, your leader, that you're doing a good job. So how do you balance that? They don't send you emails out of hours, but you want to be seen to be working hard. So I'm sorry, the example is I had somebody was meant to carry out some work in my team. They couldn't, and I was like, fine, I'll do it. And to make a point, I had to work late into the night to get it done, and I emailed at like 10 o'clock at night when I was done to my manager, and I know she would have seen the time that I sent her the email, because I was trying to demonstrate I'd gone above and beyond in order to meet the demand. So you've almost got that kind of flip behavior, haven't you? The leader's meant to send you this message that we work healthily, we work within sensible hours, and yet you also want to prove yourself. So I'm kind of throwing this out there in terms of the challenges of culture and how we overcome some of that in order to meet both that with being seen to work hard, seen to do the right thing, seen not to go off sick, seen to be in work, but also we want to emphasize this importance of well-being throughout the organization. So hopefully we'll get to some of the answers by the end of the 3 days. Any other thoughts or questions?
There is actually a policy of the overtime work. Yeah, whoever working after the working hours, even if sending an email or doing something in our organization, I'm not sure about the other organizations, but in our organization, whoever work after the working hours, even if sending an email, he can submit like a form of working outside working hours, which to take the overtime benefits.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is a good opportunities for employees who would like to show their managers that they are working beyond the demands of the work. at the same time get benefits of working after the working hours.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when you're in a recession, that's got ongoing impacts in terms of maybe they have to work extra in order to afford the cost of living. And so
at least
yeah,
at least if they enforce to do something during their leaves or during their rest times, they can just give benefit from their work, get benefits, at least financially.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So that brings me back to this one, which the control. If I'm in control of how much I work and the benefits that gives to me, and then perhaps even I'm in control of when I can, so some people will be able to choose to take extra days leave or get paid in our organisations, but being in control of that rather than I'm on a full-time contract, I have to work over, those demands are exceeding what I should be placed on, can have a better impact in terms of the benefits to employee because they're choosing to, hopefully. Yeah, so thank you for raising that one. Any other questions or thoughts? Okay, so my next slide is lunch. Now I'm just going to check in if that works for you or if that might be a little bit early. After lunch, what we've got is a group research task. So looking at the state of wellbeing within your organisations, and then presentation. So I'd like you to, let me just talk you through it if that helps for 2 seconds. There it is. Yes, so looking at the action that your organisation's taken to improve employee wellbeing, the impact that's had on the employee and organisation outcomes, and then what you can learn from each other. So what I was hoping is that you would spend some time talking, actually, obviously I plan this for groups and we're a really small group, but maybe we can split into two, maybe we can do it as one whole group, I really don't mind. So talking about your organisations, what you've done in a little bit more depth, how that's impacted on employees and organisation outcomes, with the idea of sharing some of that information that we can take forward. And then I was hoping that you could perhaps put together a little presentation just to share that back. I don't mind if we change this design. What would work for you, bearing in mind there's only 5 of us on the call? Any thoughts? Would you like to go and have some time kind of talking outside of me and sharing your ideas, and then come back and share with me what you've discussed, or to talk openly in this forum? What would you like?
Let's talk together.
Talk together, yeah? How's everyone else?
Everyone.
Yeah? How's everyone else feel about that?
Yeah, group work is so much adding values, because when someone talk about certain situations or certain topic, we can like brainstorm together.
Yeah. Okay, cool. How would you like to do that? Do you want to literally just talk through your own organisations, or do you want to spend 10 minutes or so kind of individually putting together a little, perhaps a 1 slide that can help to prompt that conversation and just give something visual to look at, or you can just talk through it? What would your preference be? Slide or no slide?
I don't know, can we do it like an open discussion?
Yeah, better.
Okay, fine. Open discussion, lovely. So in terms of the timing, we'll certainly save time on that because you won't need to go off. So this is certainly not going to take an hour and a half. So does now work for lunch, or do you want to push it back slightly? all these questions for you.
Lunchtime here, so I don't know.
Oh, sorry, say that again. Was that a yes to now or not?
You mean
No.
going for lunch break now?
Yeah, I think that this was about the time I said, so it should be o'clock your end. Are you all hungry?
I think we need, I don't know if all my colleagues agree, we need some time now for praying and for having our meal. For me, I didn't have my breakfast yet.
Me neither. Okay, perfect. We'll pause now. Now, you said earlier that you'd like 20 minutes. Does that still give you enough time?
For me, it's okay.
Yep. Okay, excellent. So let's come back at just after 20 past 1, 20, 22, 23, 24 minutes past 1. And then what we'll do is we'll keep it as an open forum and we'll have a chat through this slide, those questions, and do some group sharing, and then we'll continue with the rest of the content. Is that all okay for you?
Yes, great. Sounds
Yes.
like a good plan.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yes.
Perfect.
Wonderful. Thank you for helping me work through the plan. Okay, brilliant. 20 minutes. I'll see you back here after you've got some food. Enjoy your break. See you in a minute.
Thank you. Bye.
Cheers. Okay, welcome back. Everybody back with me?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, thanks, Mariam. Everyone else here? Maybe not quite. Pop in the chat or just put your thumbs up or something if you're here. Okay, I'm gonna guess it's just, oh, there you go. Thank you, Mazen. We'll do a slow start, shall we? I got to say, 20 minutes for lunch is quite a fast turnaround, and my coffee takes forever to boil. But anyway, that's all good. We'll definitely finish early today. So whereas Saturday you can have time for your family, I hope. So this is what we're going to go into. I'm just conscious. Korea, are you back yet? Maybe not. Oh, who do you back? And Haya, are you back in the room? Okay, I'm just going to pause just till everyone's back because it's just not going to work.
No worries. I would like to ask you one thing, if you don't mind. I'm not able to find the material in the portal of Cohort for this unit.
Yeah, have a look. Who was it who found it earlier? Apparently it is in the hub. Have you been in this cohort group all the way through, or have you moved at all?
Yeah, I'm working from day one with Haya, Khayriya, Uhud, Mariam. Yes.
Oh, okay, fine. So apparently that it is on the hub. You've got the pre-reading, you've got the handbook, the assessment, 3 PowerPoint slides, and
Okay.
I want to say something else. So have a little look. Can you see anything? I often
I found it. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, it's down there. Yes, it's very down there. It's been a long time. Yeah,
it's funny because I don't have access to have a look at what you're seeing, and it sounds very complicated. It often gets buried somewhere.
Yeah, it's down there. I found it. Don't worry. Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, so what you'll have in there, the handbook just talks through kind of the initial slides that we've gone through today, the module overview and the setup. You've got your assessments in there as well, so a full outline of what will be the assessment, and I'm going to go through that in more detail at the end of today. And then you've got each of the slides, and then 3 case studies, 4 case studies, but in 3 files, which are Yeah, they're supplementary reading. So some, if we have time, I'll use them within the content that we deliver over the 3 days just to spark some discussion, but they're equally valid just in terms of your own background activities that you can read through and have a look at the questions for your own learning, if that's okay.
Great, amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from anything that's come up from this morning? It was quite a lot of content in a short few hours.
Yes, it is. For me, it's really well-being. It's been not only for me, I believe maybe it's for us in the region. It's something new. I know it's something been there for Western countries. So, but for us in the region, yeah, it's something really new that we now experience after the pandemic, maybe, but after the pandemic, it's been well known for us in Saudi or in GCC or in Arab country. But yes, I've been there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, that's one of the things I was trying to get across earlier, is that whatever stage you're at, that's absolutely fine. It's just seeing the bigger picture of like strategy, where we're aiming towards, and some of the theories that feed into that. So yeah, if you're at the beginning of that journey, that's perfect as well. So hopefully lots you'll still take forward. Maybe
Yeah.
too much.
Usually my role and my job, it's I'm kind of pre-sales, so we are having our solution in Oracle that targeted to automate the HCM processes from hire to retire, including everything in between. For sure, well-being is one of them. So usually I have a meeting with CHROs as a consultants to show the value, adding value of our solution to them. And this is my main purpose to have this studying at CIBD, since it's well known in Saudi and region. And CHROs usually they are certified in level 5, 7, something like this. So I would like to have the same language, to be in the same page with them when I discuss, when I present, when I having those workshop of showing the adding value of our solution. So yes, and on the other hand, I also this will open new horizon for me. So maybe one day I will shift to an HR department that I might see myself in the near future as a CHRO in one company. So because really I've been with these gentlemen a lot, ladies and gentlemen, a lot. I know how they are thinking. I know what their objectives in the organizations. I've been we've worked with them as a partners to support their initiatives within the organization. So hopefully this study will give me that advantage in the next job, next move.
Oh, I'm so sure, because I think HR is one of those unusual areas that the qualification is so directly linked to career progression. I mean, I wouldn't have been able to progress in my career if I hadn't had the qualification, and the CIPD membership behind that as well. So it will definitely help. And also it just makes you more rounded in terms of whatever you do, because people come into everything. So even if you didn't pursue an HR career, it's still hugely beneficial. And I like the combination with the IT side of things as well, because we can't deny that that's hugely happening around us.
Now everything is back to digitalizations and how we can take an advantage of tools and solutions around us to facilitate and help our people, the organization itself, to move forward. So yes, it's very key, essential things. But sadly, we experienced last year, September, very bad layoffs coming to all technologies company. That really took me off of CIBD for a while. I was dropping units. I was not able to do my assessments. We had lost in our teams due to that layoffs. So I'm over loaded right now, and this is coming under well-being. So come again to that things. So we lost some good friends in the company due to that. So yes, but Things back to normal, thanks God. And now I'm trying to back again and focus to say IBD. Yes, part of my well-being, let's say, that I would like to develop myself, that if I have room to develop myself into a bright future, this is really appreciable for my company. I got the support from my managers, my directors. This is really great. I was mentioning that to them. Developing, having opportunity to develop your employees is really key essentials for well-being. I see.
Yeah, absolutely. And lovely that you've got their support, and you said have the time to do it as well. And I think that is really key, because development can be hugely stressful if you're not given the time. So having the will to do it, as well as the resources to do it.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah. So is everybody back now? I think we might have lost Korea for a bit, but Ohud, Mariam, Haya, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, lovely. We'll just carry on, shall we? So what I did do the recording, did I? Yes, lovely. Yeah, so if anybody has to drop out at any point, this whole session is being recorded, and I will send that across to, I think it gets emailed out to you, so you can recap on anything or listen back. Obviously, we have technical failures at times, so hopefully it'll capture all instances. Equally, if after listening to the content or on reflection, if anything doesn't make sense to you, or you've just got questions that come up in relation to your own interpretation of the content, I'm very happy for you to just let me know, and I can answer by email, or we can hop back on the call, or I can cover it next time, whatever you prefer. So let's have a look at this one and just share a little bit from each other. So I'm going to give each of you in turn the floor and just give us some context around your organisation and employee wellbeing, and then what steps you've taken to improve employee wellbeing. So really your stage of development. Whether you've recorded any impact on employee and organisational outcomes, or maybe you're at the point where you've just tried it but you haven't looked at the impact yet. So if that's your instance, then what are you going to look forward to doing as knowing whether it works, and what can you learn from each other? So are there any kind of key lessons that you've learned in the work that you've done so far, or anything that's jumping out at you from the content that we've talked about? You think, well, that would be really helpful for me to think about actioning going forward. So that was the introduction. Who wants to go first? Oh, thanks, Korea. If you've just come back, I've literally just introduced the group research task that's on the slide in front of you. So I'm just waiting for a volunteer of who wants to talk through their organisation first.
I can speak about it here.
That'd be amazing. Thanks, Ahmed.
Okay, so what action have your organization taken to improve employee well-being? One of the things that we have implemented now, it is a platform where you can recognize any team member by sending e-card. And it's kind of recognition that can support the well-being. So whenever we have our global calendar, like International Women's Day, any theme of any activity that is happening during like the seasonal activity that's happening each month, like for example, breast cancer, for example, Team Appreciation Week, Human Resource Day, whatever is the theme of the month. So you are able to go to that platform, and then you can send an e-card to anybody. So the good thing that even we can extract a report to see how the trend is going through the recognition, and how general manager, or for example line managers or team member who is recognizing their line managers, colleague. So we extract reports and we can see the trend globally, how it goes for each region, for each hotels. So that has impacted, honestly, because it doesn't mean that you need to sit one-to-one to recognize your team member as a line manager, or a colleague to recognize each other. So you don't need to go in front of people faces or employee faces to say it. It is very nice that you can customize the e-card and you can write your statements, and then you can see that you send it easily, and people feel happy and feel they are valuable and recognized through the others. So this is how it has impacted the overall the organization. I can see it like a good practice, honestly, and I can see it even with few clicks. You can recognize each other, and with the global connection and the internet, it's very easy to go everywhere, anytime, to recognize your people.
Yeah, nice. That's lovely. We do those at the university here as well, and they are really nice. You know, just the importance of somebody just saying thank you for something, but also supporting the team to know that the system's there and to know to use it. So I've got somebody in my team who sends them all the time, and then you think as a manager, you say thank you, but you could do it more often, you could do it more formally, and the value of that. So really nice one. You also mentioned about a theme, monthly theme. Is that part of Wellbeing?
Yeah, it's linked with the well-being and the global calendar. So there is a global recognition calendar that has a theme for every month. So for example, there is a month, we call it housekeeping month. So we start to send e-card to the housekeeping team member, thanking them, giving them a value of doing a great job in property. Another month, we call it, for example, the HR or the operation. So we focus on each department in each month, which is good that you can focus also on the department. So we celebrate by sending e-cards and do activity in the property level as well. So whenever we have any theme in the global recognition calendar, you can see customized e-card themes aligned with the season or with the month exactly. For example, International Women's Day, you just access the e-card platform and you can see that it's linked to the global recognition calendar, and also the e-cards already customized with International Women's Day.
Lovely, nice.
Yeah, so for each month there is a theme.
Fantastic. And you do activities around that as well?
Yeah, so for example, we have these e-cards to support the recognition, and also part of the recognition, there is an event for property level for celebration, bringing cake, bringing balloons, small gifts, and they celebrate together.
Lovely, nice. Oh, I really like that one. What else do you do?
For the recognition or for well-being overall?
Yeah.
Recognition or well-being?
Well-being.
Overall. Okay, so this is one activity. And also we start awareness webinar to speak about, for example, mental wellness. I know it's different than well-being, but they do have like a mental wellness webinars, and a webinar that support the purpose of being part of Hilton. So this webinars, it comes from the top leaders from US, or most probably from US. So they pick from the Department of Common Ben and Wellbeing, diversity, equity, inclusion. So there is, for each activity under HR, there is a department. So for well-being, there is a well-being department. For diversity, equity, inclusion, there is also a department. So they pick the top leader and they start to have an awareness webinar about the importance of well-being, the importance of the purpose, the importance of listening to your team member. And it starts like last year, I can say, especially after COVID-19, I can tell it has started. So this kind of webinars, we send it in the newsletter that comes automatically to the inbox for employee, and the once they register, they can attend this kind of webinar to increase their awareness about it. I will not tell that we have reached 100% awareness, but I can see it like a 30 to 40%. Now we can speak the same language, and you can see people speak the same language. But once it becomes to practice and culture, whenever you want to assess, it's different from a region to another region. So I can say in US and in Europe, they are aware more than Middle East and Turkey, Africa. But now we are starting in Middle East, Turkey, and Africa to embed that within the key strategic priorities for this year and last year. And we try to drive people to implement everything that global team has already designed for well-being and for attending webinars and for execute things. So this one of the great things that we are doing.
Yeah.
Also, there is a reward, recognition, global reward that comes with nomination from property, like the CEO reward related to the best story that has an impact in property. Anybody who has done something unique and differently, especially for operation people, the CEO award, it goes. And we have it like in September, October from every year. So we start to nominate people from all regions, and then they celebrate it end of the year within the closing of the year, the CEO award. And there is also the light award. Honestly, I don't remember what is the difference between both of them, because we circulate almost the communication, but it comes from property level.
Yeah. What else do you have? So your policies, are you American owned?
Our policy is American policy.
Well, the Hilton chain, is that American owned or?
Yeah. It's the founder. Yes, he's American, the founder.
Yeah. So do you, are you aware of like the policies, practices, strategy? Like, do they come from America and then?
Yeah.
Oh.
It comes, the key strategic priorities comes from the global team from the US, from the McLean office. And then each region, we attend the kickoff key strategic meeting. And then we implement everything that comes from there, except if there is something related to the region, like in Saudi Arabia, localization percentage of Saudi, especially for Middle East, Turkey, and Africa, is empowering women in leadership level. So we always have different key strategic priorities in terms of hiring more females in leadership level and train them, because in the US they have it. But in Europe, I can tell UK, still even in UK, it's difficult to have a lot of general managers in property level. So we start to focus on a different target. But overall, when it becomes, it comes from the global team, and we start to cascade it to regional level and to property level. But we need to customize it and tweak it a little bit to fit the policy and the government regulations and whatever is happening. It's different from region to region.
Yeah. So in terms of a kind of well-being strategy, which I presume they have at global level, has that been rolled out to you to implement, or where's that kind of stage?
Now we are in a stage that we do have a couple of activities support the well-being, like the Thrive, which I mentioned in the beginning, activities happening in hotel level, supporting body, mind, spirits, also many hubs and learning and resources from Harvard Management, LinkedIn Learning, where we assign people to register and to aware themselves. So I can tell you it's in awareness session, it's in awareness stages. But in terms of general managers or in terms of directors level, if they are implementing that in a proper way and reflecting that to the culture, yes, you can see it in some hotels, but in some hotels, it's like a developing stage. They are not there. So we are still in a stage where we spread awareness. But you can see it's different from region to region, and it's different from hotel to hotel.
Yes. Okay. Nice. That's good to recognize. And do you have a wellbeing strategy?
I guess, yeah, I do have it, but I'm just aware of the activity by itself.
Okay,
But since it has been reflected, as I said in the beginning, with the instead of having vision, mission, value, they start to have it the purpose, and then they start to do a leadership conference, implementing exercise related the purpose to the leadership level. So I'm assuming that there is a strategy, but I haven't seen the strategy, but I have seen the actions only now.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, cool. I mean, that's very interesting because, you know, if you think about, you recognize your purpose as an overall, you can see actions, but as an individual, would you know how to act to achieve that purpose whilst recognizing the importance of well-being?
I don't know, maybe from my level, as I told you, I can see it in terms of changes of activities, webinars, conferences, but seeing the strategy by itself, like having a session that this is the strategy and we have linked it to our business strategy and those are our main focus pillar under the well-being, I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, okay, interesting. So hopefully quite a few things there to piece together in terms of what.
Yeah, but you just get me curious now. Maybe I will just access
yeah, of course
the
you will.
home page and try to search under well-being strategy. Maybe I can find something
Yeah,
more
but
than the activities.
Yeah, that's interesting because often we'll find, like on our web page, we'll find organizational strategy, but the wellbeing strategy is hidden and even not always accessible to everybody in HR.
Yeah, because I told you I have never seen it like in a screen in front of me in any conference, but I have seen the hubs, the activities, the awareness sessions, the awareness training courses assigned to everybody in the LMS. I have seen all of this, but I haven't seen the strategy statement and the pillars and what we are doing, what we are achieving in terms of years. I haven't seen this, honestly.
Oh, okay, interesting. It might be that you haven't got a specific wellbeing strategy. Lots of organizations haven't.
Maybe, yeah, maybe in actions and activities to be implemented, but you are right. Maybe there is no tailored strong strategy, as you said.
Yeah, interesting. I think it's in the next session we're going to focus on culture and strategy in a bit more depth. And it's not that you have to have a wellbeing strategy, but wellbeing has to be part of your strategy. Yeah, we'll have a look at that as when we come through it. So thank you. That's really interesting. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at my list because there's lots in there. Has anyone got any questions or reflections on what Hood's just said about the Hilton and wellbeing within the Hilton?
Yeah, actually, yes, we have in our organization also similar to Hood's organization. We have a program like implemented yearly under the responsibility of the employee relation department, handling the recreation programs for the employees. It's monthly, quarterly, and annual programs related to activities and rewards for the employees with certain, of course, criteria. If they reach like certain achievements, they can get those benefits of rewards. Like the employee month rewards and like the annual employee rewards. And there is also the recreation activities like picnic on the campus of the university, picnic joining all the employees together in 2 to 3 hours. We have the winter picnic, we have the summer picnic, like this, you know, these activities that make happiness for employees.
Yeah.
And there is also a platform implemented with collaboration between the human capital and the employee relation departments, which is, and IT, of course, which is the staff voice. The staff voice is allowing all employees to choose whatever category they want to talk about, either suggestions related to organization strategies or new policies they want to be focused on, or like activities they would like to be joining, complaints about any issues they are facing. They can choose the category from that platform, and they can just draw their message or their comments, their suggestion, or their complaint, and they can send it. We receive it in a human capital, and we deal with it based on that message. For example, if there is a message about a complaint about, for example, attendance system, or about the leave policies, or whatever, we can figure out, raise it to higher management to solve. If we have, for example, a percentage that is from 30 to 50 from the employees who raise the same issue, so this need to be considered urgent matter. So we need, what is our role is to create a case study of what the employees are raising, and to discuss it with higher management for come up with solutions.
Nice.
This helped the employees so much, actually, when they
engage with your worker voice, your staff voice system. Like, what percentage of your work?
Yeah, actually, me and my direct manager, we deal with the messages, we deal with the reports of each category. We need to work on monthly reports of what kind of categories we are receiving, whether a suggestion or whether complaints. And then we just summarize in a report, and we discuss it with the general director of the administrative department, which is higher than the HR, the human capital department. Sometimes we need a joint of the director of the strategy department. So sometimes we need to discuss more strategic, 5 years strategies that need to be edited or revised or, updated. Sometimes, what else? Sometimes we need the director of the employee relation department to figure out the issues of a group of employees they are facing with their direct managers or such. It's just the aim of this platform is to reach the satisfaction of the employees. We can hear you. You can raise up your suggestion. We can hear your suggestion. Your suggestion and your complaints are taking into consideration of part of our roles as a human capital concerned employees.
Yeah, nice. So how much of your initiatives are led from that staff voice system, and how much do you create and then maybe get feedback from them as you go through?
Yeah, of course, there is an icon also. There is a service of feeding back those employees. Every employee who reach a message, it will be like a request that need to be closed. Mm-hmm. It should not be closed until there is a feedback from the human capital. Yeah. For example, A employee raised up a complaint. Employee B raised a suggestion. Yeah. So it's like an open request that need to get a feedback and then closed. Yeah. It's like a service for each employee who raise up whatever category under the staff voice. So yeah, it's like an exchange exchange back and forth, communication through online.
Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. So you've got regular activities related to rewards. You've got picnics on campus, which I just love. There's a big focus on staff voice. What else have you got going on at the university?
Yeah, the recreation programs, it's so different. We also have the tennis competition. Yeah, whoever has a membership in the recreation section with a very cheap fees, very small amount of cheap that he can or she can have this membership. They can join the competition, the tennis competition, the swimming competition, and there are awards for the first 3 winners. Nice. So this is so excited for the employees.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely. So you've got, sorry, I'm pausing for a second because as we go through, I'm going to encourage you to do what's called a wellbeing audit on your organisation or a part of your organisation. If you can't, if you're a global organisation, you can't necessarily do the whole lot. So as you're kind of thinking through these actions that your organisation have taken and the strategies and the initiatives around wellbeing, thinking back to any of the models that I talked before lunch, whichever one makes most sense to you. I'm going to pick, not that one. Where's it gone? I'm going to pick, I can't see it. The 4 tenets of well-being. There it is. I like this model because it's nice and simple. So you're kind of thinking, right, we do the recreation. So that might be the physiological side of things. We keep people healthy.
Yes.
We do regular activities, the picnics, that's the social side of things.
Yeah. You
also have other activities, mental health and well-being, which might be the psychological. Do you do anything around the financial well-being? So, thinking through the gaps in what you currently offer, so that when you can come up with your 5-item recommendations for your assignment, you've linked it to a model. So what else is it that you offer at the university?
Well, actually, these are come up for now. The recreation programs. Also we have the networking seminars, weekly seminars.
Yeah.
This is very much beneficial for all the scientists and the technologist employees. They have like 1 hour a week, like an open discussion networking about what they reach in their experiments and their research. They get benefits from each other. They exchange ideas, and they say like an open talk, like it's like social, but under the umbrella of the work itself. It's not like an open, no. They like benefit from each other, from what they up to now reach in the medical research, like an exchange informations. They like this hour. They like this hour so much. And sometimes people, they do not have seats for the conference. Sometimes it's full and people are standing out waiting for seats, because they like it so much. They like this weekly seminars.
Yeah, they're great for learning and development, which being part of well-being in terms of growth and
and it's not like it's not like the normal work. They are chatting, laughing, exchange information. They make like a cut of the serious work. It's make them happy, yes, and get benefits at the same time.
Yeah, lovely. What else? Anything else you can think of?
as I told you, it's the recreation programs,
Yeah.
the networking, there is also the employee relations department. They are dealing also with like what Uhud mentioned, the cards, but it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
The themes, we don't make it as a theme, but it's like happiness, or encouragement words sent directly to the employees. You know, with encouragement statements, if somebody's today is his or her birthday, so there is like an automatic card or an automatic email with a card, congratulations on his birthday, for example.
Nice.
Or for the month, for the Women's Day or for the Mother's Day, there is like you know, like what she said, the cards, but it's sending directly to those employees.
Yeah.
With already, of course, with already strategic planned. You know, for those, they list all the mothers and they list all the employees' birthdays, and you know, and later on they implement and they send, you know, like encouragement emails for them. This is also, it has a good impact on the employees.
Yeah, we do a similar thing, but you can also attach a financial reward to it sometimes. So if you feel like not for like birthdays and things, but if it was a special thanks for somebody going above and beyond, we might get £20 or something. Do you offer that at all, or is it always like a recognition thank you thing?
There is we have the 5 years service and we have the 10-year service. Okay. For the employees who completed 5 years service, they have a certificate and they have a specific amount of money. They get it with the salary once they complete 5 years service. And there is also a benefit for the 10-year service for those employees, certificate including financial benefit, which is higher amount of money they receive once complete the 10 years. And also they have the administrative leave balance, which is 7 days. Whoever complete 10 years service, they have this amount of money, the certificate of appreciation, and the and also the the administrative leave, which is the 7 days.
Got you. Lovely.
Maybe this is, I'm not sure if these examples go under the employee well-being. I'm thinking about so many now ideas in my mind. I'm not sure which one of them is the best to reflect on my assignments.
Yeah, and that's such a great question, because again, that's part of you opening up this discussion about what you do in your organization, because Mariam Mazin Karia, I can't pronounce it, I'm sure that you're thinking similar things, and it's about that, oh, we do that in our organization and we do that as well. Oh, I didn't realize that was part of well-being. And it doesn't really matter whether it's part of well-being, but it's whether, if you're trying to promote well-being, that you can create the links for the employees, that they see the benefit of this as part of well-being. So if we go back to, for example, let's look at this one. The long service award, which you just mentioned, you know, been there for 5 or 10 years. Wouldn't fit into any of those. Would fit into well-being at work. So in terms of your purpose, it could be part of your engagement. So feeling part of that organization, feeling an important part, you know, that you've been rewarded for your loyalty for staying there, could be part of that. You know, part of the society things. So there is so much that we do within HR that taps into well-being, but we badge it as, part of employee relations or part of worker voice, but it still has a benefit in terms of well-being. So within the assignment, you're not going to be downgraded for thinking something's part of well-being and having an argument around it, and then I'll be like, actually, that's not part of well-being, because you'll create those links. So as long as you create the links related to a model, absolutely fine. You could have a whole stream of things, which I think we're going to get to by the time we've got through all 5 of you. But I'm just going to pause there for a second, because I think that that's been really useful so far. So 2 different organisations, 2 large, well-established organisations doing quite a lot around well-being. And that slight difference, we've got Cohort in yours, more of that focus on purpose, kind of still at that awareness stage, but aligning what's happening with different people's, what different customers experience in different countries, and how you create that well-being for the people who work in each of those different hotels across different countries. And then Haya, in your example, more of that kind of focus on having activities that social engagements, worker voice, recognition, networking, physical well-being as well. So lots and lots to think about there so far. Any other thoughts and reflections before I move on, let's say, to Mariam, maybe next? I'll get you back to your question. Where was it? There it was. Any other thoughts or reflections? Okay, so Mariam, are you happy to go next?
Yes, sure. So in my organization, we do have a wellness program, a program that started, I believe, 3 years when COVID started, honestly, managed by a team of a representative of each department. There's someone, and led by HR. So the intention of this program is for well-being of our employees.
Yeah.
And every month or quarter, we do have a program that the committee of the wellness manage. So, for example, we had recently a tennis competition we open up for our employees to come and attend the tennis competition, the international competition happened in UAE, as well as the practice with the champions from different countries.
Tennis champions or well-being champions?
The tennis champion.
Yeah.
So just to excite our employees to focus on sports and allowing them to have one-to-one sessions with very famous tennis champions who are coming here in UAE to do the tennis tournament here.
Nice.
And this is something that happened recently, since the tennis tournament that recently launched here in UAE. As well as we do have assistant program, wellness initiative for employee assistant program. I'm not honestly 100% aware of what type of the employee assistance program, but this is something I will definitely look into it to consider adding it in my assignment. And the one that I really like is about the psychological first aid for children, and how to support the kids in the life of the pandemic. This happened when the pandemic started. Lots of our employees, they struggled in terms of how they manage the work-life balance, especially for the kids attending their school online.
Yeah.
So that make it difficult for parents, for employees specifically, to come to the office while their kids at home attending classes that they're not really used to attend the classes online.
Yeah.
So at that period, we noticed that our employees, they struggle the first 2 years of uh, of, uh, of the pandemic. So we run these type of wellness webinar sessions, um, the psychological sessions for the first aid for children, and the tips. And we participate with the very famous psychological partners and from different. It's not from our employees who led this uh, talks, but we participated with the people very professional in this field to
Nice.
give the sessions to our employees.
Can I just check, are they psychological support for how you support children through, for example, the pandemic, or how you manage your work when you've got children around?
Both. It touch different elements. It touch on how to educate our children to co-op with the environment of the hybrid environment, wearing mask, especially for kids that they are just start learning how to to be a social with a community that become during that time we were not social. So it was difficult for employees to raise their children in a society that it's not supporting the everything is social distance.
Yeah.
As well as how they do the balance, the work-life balance in the office and as well as in the at home if their children staying at home. So it touched different elements,
Nice.
which something that this initiative I really uh, uh, get inspired. Although that I don't have children, but I have seen how the employees struggled during this time, and this wellness program helped lots of employees to go over these challenges.
Nice.
There is another it's ongoing initiative, which is Stay Well under the same umbrella of wellness. We bring therapists to come to our offices twice a week to do a 15-minute neck and head massage.
Nice.
And these type of massages need to be booked earlier, very limited slot, and we have a male and female separate. And then in each building, because and my organization is quite big, so we are not all in the same building. We are in different buildings. So we offer this massages in all our buildings owned by the organization.
Nice.
And this is something ongoing under the same initiative, Wellbeing. And we encourage our employees to we did the competition of a step up, or I want to recall. It's about encouraging people to do lots of walks and steps.
Yeah.
And there is a three objective. One is across the organization. We want as a one team under the same organization to manage and have two I think 2 million steps to reach by end of after 6 months.
Wow.
And what other one across the platform. So we are trying to encourage everyone from the platform to do all these type of steps. So there is at least 20,000 steps per day or something like that. And then across the team. So, and we have screens all over the organization where we see how the ranking of the competition, and we had also a platform where everyone can access and see the scoring, who are ranking first as in terms of a department and in terms of individual as well. Those people who got the first 3 get awarded by the end of the competition, and we have also the employee forum, which is one of the biggest event we do in our organization. We bring all our international offices, our local employees together to represent all our values. We have 4 main values in our organization. And before the employee forum, we do lots of survey, questionnaires. If people want to nominate someone who they see themselves or they see their colleagues represent the value of, for example, partnership value, and why they think that this person or this team represent this value. We need to go through lots of, we go through lots of reading, and there is a committee, 3 committee, and who reach to the end will be recognized by our CEO and chiefs, getting rewards in front of the whole organization. And this employee forum happened last week. It happens only once a year. So recently we closed one of our employee forum, and luckily this time we managed to have representative from HC Human Capital to be up in the stage and get award of partnership award.
Nice.
So these type of initiatives and programs we do to support well-being and wellness in general.
Lovely. Oh, thanks for that. There's some great examples in there, and I'm sure the rest of you can see that we're creating more variety in what you're drawing out as well. The therapists, I think it's a lovely idea. I did that in our organisation. Interestingly, we did it free to start with, and then the employees had to pay for it. So Mariam, in yours, do you pay for the therapist to come in and employees get it for free?
No, it's for free.
It's what did you say?
It's for free.
It's for free, yes. Yeah, lovely. So that's really nice. Not always feasible in all organisations because of the cost of it, but lovely that that's offered. The STEPS programme, fantastic initiative. I've seen that rolled out. There's a company in the UK, I think, that do it as well, that again encourage that team competitiveness, sharing across the organisation, but also just really getting everybody fit and active. So fantastic initiative there. Your employee forums, again, we're getting that values theme coming through, which is really lovely, making employees feel part of something, rewarding them. And I just adore the wellness programme with the psychological support for your children, because that for me is just like, I've got the organisation, we've moved away from recognising that it's just about productivity, we're focusing on employee wellbeing. Within that, you're looking at the employee's wellbeing, and then you're looking at how they cope with that external environment. But then you're moving it even further to looking at the wellbeing of their children and how, as a staff member, you can support them. So I love the community benefit of that, in terms of it's looking more holistically at what makes up somebody's well-being, and supporting somebody to develop the resources they need to help a further generation, as well as benefiting the business, because you're going to be more engaged and more able to do what you're there to do, because you've got the resources to support what's going on around you. So some really lovely examples in there. Also with the caveat that, you know, this isn't about me giving you more and more initiatives that you can roll out in your organization, but it's about seeing the different ways that organizations implement wellbeing and what works for them. So, you know, looking at that second question there, what impact does this have? And it might be that it's too early to know all of that. Where do we start? Oh, I think you mentioned immediately, you know, the recognition and the impact that had on motivation and feeling rewarded within the organization. So an indication towards the impact that this is having. And I'm sure you'll all see this on a daily basis, but for other initiatives, you might not see the benefit. So what is the value and what is right for your organization and your environment? And that might change as you go through. Lovely examples. Any other thoughts or reflections before I move on to Mazen? Mazen, you're up. Tell me about wellbeing.
Yeah.
For you.
Okay, so basically, as you know, I'm not into HR department in my organization right now, but as I mentioned, I have been with the company's customer as well as my ex-employer as well. So basically, let me tell you about the ex-employer. So basically, I was working with the oil and gas industry. So basically, those industries is really having interfere with hazards. Usually the employees concerned about their health before the well-being. So maybe it's part of the well-being is going to be the health as well. So basically those having really part of it to have a regular shake for them, medical shake offering free of charge for their health. As well as they are programs as a volunteering programs, as I mentioned before, for the environmental volunteering for having clearing the beach there in the industry, because mainly that the location it's by the coast. As you know, the port is going to be closed, closer to the manufacturing. For the oil and gas, so they have some volunteering program to cleaning the coast, to be more interfering with the community, having clear beaches in the remote area that we were operating on. So yes, this is what the previous experience that we had with the HR department in my previous employer. But usually we are seeing those programs, our initiatives has been taking place in as I mentioned, in volunteering programs, like as you know, we are close into month of Ramadan right now, so there are some boxes of food that's going to be distributed to the employees as well as the relatives, close neighborhoods to the company, to celebrating month of Ramadan by offering foods in that baskets of foods. As a kind of charity. It's not that charity, but also of sharing, as they said, sharing is caring. So they shared those basket as well. So this is my experience, my humble experience with those.
Nice, thank you. Again, lovely examples there. And that recognition that, you know, a company may be deemed, I'm trying to use my words really carefully, to have a negative impact on the environment. So you counteract it in some way with some kind of voluntary or community initiative. I've seen a similar thing here. Actually, there's two really interesting examples. One is our water companies, you know, which is great, provides us with all our national water, also do voluntary work to bring water to communities that haven't got water abroad. So that one's really nice because it's that kind of global scale. And then there was a fantastic other example I came across the other day that the company Domestos, so making bleach for cleaning, do a marketing program, well, through their marketing, but it's not a marketing program, it's a voluntary program where they go into deprived schools and educate children about toilet hygiene without any recognition that it's Domestos doing that training program. So they're not doing it from a marketing perspective. They don't mention the word Domestos, they don't show the pictures of the product. They literally go in and teach children about hygiene, bathroom hygiene, as a community initiative, as an aside to the fact that they're a company that sell bleach. So I thought that those are really lovely examples. So similar to yours, that going and cleaning up the beaches is a really nice way to create a more rounded community-led company.
Correct, because usually the employees has those thoughts in their mind that our company or I'm contributor and harming the environment that around me. So I have that in back of my mind usually when I work at that company. Why I'm working for this company that it's not it's harming the environment, harming the sea life that already they have the fish, the living being in the sea. So yes, by those initiatives something has been retained. So yeah, my company is still contributing to clean, to do another things. So yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just looking for the model, meaning and purpose. So within the kind of side of well-being, that you feel like you've got a purpose, you're contributing a positive meaning to your work and to your working life. The health and safety was another excellent point there, because again, you know, well-being really starts with health and safety and making sure that you are safe to carry out your work in that environment. And that's something that is so fundamental, we often completely overlook the fact that that's part of well-being. So feeling safe and secure on a fundamental level. And again, kind of if that's the stage your organisation's at, absolutely valid. Sometimes well-being is owned in an organisation within health and well-being. I'm not entirely sure that I like that approach. I prefer it being part of the kind of strategic priorities, more so than I would prefer it being part of HR, because I think HR, it moves the responsibility for well-being to a department, and I think it needs to be like a whole organisation owned thing. But just that there as an aside. So again, lovely. Mazen, when it comes to your assignment, I'm guessing that you might struggle because you might not have the depth of access into an organisation to get all the detail, yeah?
Usually what I'm doing in my assignment, usually all the assignment I go with X company. I'm not authorized to talk about my customer, but I take one of the customer that I'm working with closely right now. I have kind of access to them because we are signing NDA so with that customer. So I go with a friendly, gently talk to them. I have this assignment, I have to do this things. So they usually they are supporting me. I have really long, great relationship with them. But usually I refer back to it as an X company within my thesis.
Fine. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. If you do find that you struggle with any aspect, then just come and have a chat with me and we find a way around it. But there shouldn't, your circumstance shouldn't impact on you doing well in the organisation. So that's all good, lovely, and absolutely fine. I know that we've talked about some of your organisations and therefore it's not really confidential. But if you would rather do your assignment confidentially, that's also absolutely fine. So don't feel restricted in the bounds of the assignment. Lovely, thank you. Any other thoughts, questions, comments on what's been said so far before I move to Kyria?
For me, I have a general question.
Yeah.
Do we focus on the employee's happiness or the employee and satisfaction, or the employee's development in talking about the well-being?
Do I want you to talk about one or other of those? Is that your question?
No, I mean, when talking about focusing on the employees' well-being, do we focus on their happiness and the programs related to their happiness and their satisfaction, or do we focus on their engagement and development more?
You focus on both. So again, if I show you this one, for example, so mental well-being as a concept at best is both happiness and functioning well, and development would be part of that. So if you only looked at happiness, you would be only seeing part of the picture. So it's that broader concept. How do you look at the whole of that person and their development, their happiness, their challenges, their strengths? So the feeling good side is the happiness bit, and then the functioning well is everything else in terms of this type of thing. So purpose, relationships, positive outlook, functioning well, self-acceptance. Okay, so the later models, this one and this one that I've run through, and this one and this one all encompass the whole lot. So when you're thinking about your assignment, it's you choosing any of those models that you like, and then justifying your answers, your 5 examples in the organization in relation to that model that you choose. Does that make sense, Haya?
Yes, now I got the full image. Thank you.
Good, good. But yes, again, just don't be bound by whichever model. You know, the ones I've shared with you are fine, with the exception, I would probably say, of this one, because it was developed into the next slide, which is that one. So his Martin Seligman's first model, authentic happiness, was limited by his own recognition of the PERMA model, which was more rounded and looks at the whole of mental well-being. So yeah, basically just when you reflect on today's content, go back through the slides, decide which one you like, which is meaningful to you, and then you can use that as a foundation for your assignment. Is probably the easiest way. And if this whole thing confuses you and you don't know where to go, I would stick with that one, the Cooper tenets of well-being. Okay, but this will make more sense as I talk through the assignment later on. Okay, Kyria, you're last but not least.
Thank you. So as being last, many of the things or the ideas and the example has been shared from my colleagues here. We are already implementing, such as Haya, she mentions the 5 to 10 years. We call it anniversary. It's part of our recognition program.
Yeah.
I will start with this one and then I will break down the well-being program to 2 parts. So for the recognition program, currently we are doing the 5 to 10 years of services, and whoever got academic certificate, such as master's, PhD, or any professional certificate, but it should be like the CFA, CIPD, and so on. So the hardest one, not the easiest one, like any certificate. No. For the certificate, they will get rewarded as a certificate, then they will get rewarded in front of the organization. There is no amount of money shared, or such as Haya said, or the leave days. It's a recognition only. They will do a big ceremony to give them, like, there's a trophies. For the 5 years, it's a silver trophies. For the 10 years, it's a golden trophies. Until now, we haven't reached anyone with 15 years. So maybe after 4 years, there is one in mind. I think he will be there after 4 years. Then they will get a group photo. Then it will be shared in the newsletter and everything, and the website, LinkedIn, and social media, and so on. Also, for a part of the recognition program, we have for those who got married, who got babies who like did any surgery, medical situation. We send them flowers,
Nice.
chocolates, and like digital cards that for the baby or for the surgery. What else for the recognition? There is I think until now that's it. Yeah, the farewell, of course. We are now since the beginning of the year, now we started to do farewell for the employees who are leaving and been serving for like quite time. The HR will arrange for the farewell, the gift, the ceremony and everything, and they gather everyone for like few words and cake cutting, and that's it.
Nice. Nice.
Also now we are with the PR, we want to, this is an ad hoc one. We've been hosting this year the IAEE conference, which international, I forgot the A refers to what? It's the biggest energy e-forum in the world. It's every year it happens in a different country. So the first time in the Middle East it was hosted by us. So for the arranging this or organizing this, it was part between the facility management team, PR team, the HR team, of course, for the visas, for welcoming and the guests who was coming and staying in the center and in the community as well, because we have a community. So we provided the accommodations, the visas, the tickets, a trip, all with all the three teams been worked together. Sorry, I'm sorry. So for this we are arranging an event to for the people who contributed for this success to be happen, so we can reward them and recognize them in front of all the organization. So this is part of the organization recognition program. Well-being, why I said two parts. Before COVID, we had a different well-being program than the current one. Before COVID, we used to send reminder emails for like the health and the mental well-being, like work-life balance. Some small tips, just like take a rest, go back home, apply for vacation, don't work while you're stressed, stretch out, such as, to keep the mental and the physical health linked together and to have a well-being and healthy workplace.
Nice.
Emails and activity, small activity, like let's go for usually we just give them giveaways, like stress ball to stress relief ball. They come to the offices in the morning and they will find some charts, how to sit well in the chair and how to look at the screen. And every 30 minutes, you have just to stand up and you do the stretching to keep your body well. So an easier thing, but it was like for all employees. During COVID, we used to contact all of the employees to check their mental health. We provided sessions with the mental facility, like psychological therapies, to talk to them, because we have 23 different nationals here in the center and living in the community. We have a lot of employees who are single and living here, so they want to know how their family is doing. And like we have many of mental breakdown during the lockdown. So we have to arrange for this therapy to do the e-sessions with them, to contact them on the phone, through videos, and so listen to them, just to keep them healthy so we don't go to the far place. After COVID, life get back to normal. We distributed everything like same as any organization. What we have as a well-being program now, one of the initiatives we are working on, Mariam mentioned already, the psychological part. So we have a clinic here in the community. We are now creating in the offices building a room for a council, just so the employees can sit down with them and talk with them, like either regarding their personal issues or career issues. So just to let everything out of their system, and they will see the system. Because currently I'm doing that, so I'm getting a lot of negative vibe. So we want a specialized personnel to do that. So we are planning to, inshallah, maybe the third quarter of this year will be implemented. As I told you, the STEP program, we used to do that 2018, 2017, and now we wanted to come back again to the offices. We have something called CAPSARC Olympics, which currently we are doing. This one is for the employees and their families to participate. It's been held here in the community. It's a volleyball, football, marathon. We just had the marathon last week. Like cornhole, giant Jenga, it's just to make the employees, to break the silos in the offices, like to work together, to just to know each other outside of the office, that atmosphere, the serious atmosphere. So everyone got linked together, like become one family. And you can see the collaboration with the parents, the kids, and the teams, and the excitement, the competition. It's really nice that we did that. It's including everyone. Yes, in 2021, our security officers has been official CAPSARCians, which their contract has been moved to CAPSARC rather than a third party. So they being part of the employees. So in CAPSARC Olympics, now they are playing with us. They are bringing their families. So everyone getting know this officers who are like just at the gates, who are being like, oh, that's police officer. We call them police officers because they are really serious. So now we break down the ice and the walls between the officers and the employees. So that was great. As everyone knows, I was talking of this since last year. We are in transformational phase from think tank to advisory think tank center. So we used to be 2 parts, support, that F&O, and research. Now we become 3. So we have to work on the well-being more and more and more and more, and team building. So we don't go back to the silos situation, because before it was, oh, F&O, oh, research. We don't want to back to this. We are one team now.
Nice.
One of the ideas also we are doing, we are promoting the health and safety programs as well, part of the well-being. It's under also the well-being. There is on the 14th of March, there will be an event for the Health and Safety International Day. So we are making booths so they can visit related to the health and safety of their houses, their offices, themselves, their mental health, their physical health, and so on. We are planning, and I hope the management approve this, for a meditation program. One of the ideas has said, like, I don't know if you know, I forgot his name. He's well known in the meditation world. I forgot the name. It's Cobra something, I think. I'm not sure the name. If anyone remember it, please. He have a 20-day meditation challenge.
Yeah.
You meditate for 15 minutes during the day, either at the beginning or the end of the day. Then you record what you feel after each session. It was really nice and stress-free challenge for me. I do that every year. So I'm recommending now that we implement it for all the organizations, of course, separately, because no one wants to say it in front of anyone and said hum for 10 minutes. So they will be laughing rather than we'll be partnering. So yeah, this one of these initiatives, of course. And we take the team building activity from the well-being program. So now it becomes a separated program, separated initiative. It's also under the HR services. So everything I said, it's run by us in HR services. So I only have 4 in my team. And yeah, and so we are very busy. So I think think that maybe that's it.
Amazing. There are loads of stuff there. I'm just checking. I think Mariam is just running off. Lovely. If you've not run off already, Mariam, thank you ever so much. Lovely to see you. I hope you get some sleep. So thank you for sharing those examples. And Korea, I think that there's some lovely things in there as well. I mean, you sound super busy, but I love the meditation concept. That's something that we've done an awful lot here, and it's that there's great benefits in terms of well-being, and it's something that people can take quite bite-sized as well. So we do like 30-second mindfulness activities. Really, really great initiative that you can bring in. And then this whole concept around health and safety as a whole, and seeing the whole of what kind of how well-being comes into that is really lovely. You've got your community events, your team working in there, your whole of your psychological well-being, your physical well-being, and then recognition on top as well. I think that's fantastic. I didn't expect when we started the activity that we would get such a cross section and so many different things that you're doing across your organisations. What are your reflections? How are you doing in terms of taking all of that on board and thinking about what you can learn from each other? That final part of the question. Let me just open up that question. What can you learn from what you've listened to over the past hour and a bit?
I enjoyed, maybe I will try to implement that higher what they are doing for the 10 and 5 years anniversary for the employees, just to upgrade the level of the recognition and to raise the employee morale and the competition for staying longer time with us to achieve this. So that's a good idea, because we thought the trophies and the pictures and thank you notes, it's enough, but Haya gave me a really good insight today for that.
Excellent.
I might be applying this and for my
Of course. And I do also like the idea of the theme that Uhud mentioned. This could be implemented as not costly, and it's only needs some efforts to implement this idea. I really like it, and I think it will be having good outcomes and good influence, good it will be exciting actually for the employees, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And
that every level of the positions are recognized, not only the senior or the middle positions, also the lower positions are recognized, like housekeeping and it's a good idea, really.
Yeah, no, that's a lovely one. And it can go, wider with your themes. You've got your focus on your departments, but you could have focus on different wellbeing activities as well. And there's so many resources out there if you want to promote, healthy sleep. Let's take that theme this time. That kind of idea of a theme as well, but particularly that recognition of getting to know different teams, different individuals within the team, the value that they have, how you contribute to what they contribute, that's all lovely. Fantastic. I think that there is so much, and I really love the themes that we've got coming out around community. I think within the countries that you're working in, that is something that I imagine is particularly pertinent to you, and we've got great benefits there in terms of well-being, and the context of what we're acting in after COVID, even more importance. And if we go even more holistic, the idea that we want to have a positive benefit on future generations. So take health and safety. The first rule of rescue is to look after yourself. But can you look after yourself whilst then safeguarding the future of further generations, our children, the people we're working with, our communities, and that wider kind of societal benefit? So it's just one of those reasons I love the topic of wellbeing, because it's got so many wider reaching benefits. Any other reflections or thoughts before we move on?
Yeah, we can go, yeah, sort of it.
Good to move on?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And how are you doing in terms of energy levels? What have we got so far? I've no idea what time we are. Yeah, I just have a counter, don't have a clock. One of the things about wellbeing, avoid time management. My computer died on me. Never mind. There we go. Always got another device. Coming up to 11 o'clock. So we're coming up to 3 o'clock, are we? So no more than about an hour to go. I've got what looks like lots of slides, but not masses of content to go through. So do you need a 5-minute refresher, or are you happy to carry on through?
I just need to grab tea, so if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. Do you want a 5-minute comfort break, and then we can just plow through the rest of the content and hopefully finish in about an hour?
Yes, please. Only 5 minutes is enough.
Perfect.
Yeah, please. If we go further and we leave early, much better.
That's fine. Just take 5 minutes, go and grab yourself a cup of tea, and then we'll continue. We'll plow through that stuff and get us finished nice and early. Cool. See you in 5 minutes. Okay, lovely. Welcome back. Right, I'm going to plow on. We've got about an hour, I think, and then we should be all done. We're going to now look at the responsibilities to engage with wellbeing at work. So why as employers, this is something that is important that we take forward. Any questions before I crack on with this section? Okay.
No questions.
Lovely, thank you. So within the UK, which has spearheaded quite a lot internationally, Dame Carol Black was the Minister for Health in 2008. And she recognised this importance of workplaces. So, you know, her background was within the NHS, looking at ill health, how we help people who've been unwell, but also recognising the importance of how we prevent ill health and the key importance of the workplace in terms of promoting health and well-being. And we're really lucky because she wrote a report in 2008 called Working for a Healthier Tomorrow, that, as I said, it really spearheaded everything that's happened with wellbeing since, which has really moved it from a concept that employers carried out in kind of isolated activities to a real importance in terms of boardroom priorities. There was a whole host of other research that accompanied her, what was commonly termed as the Black Report. And it is still cited today, and she's still having a really positive impact in the world of health and wellbeing in the workplace, and the impact on the NHS in particular. I'm going to a wellbeing conference next week, and she's the keynote speaker, and I've seen her speak, I think, every year for the past 10 or so years now, perhaps a little bit more than that. So it's fantastic in terms of moving the agenda of wellbeing forward, but also shifting it from something that we would do reactively to now something that we do proactively. Delaware also have research that shows that whilst lots of people do reactive support, if we do something earlier at the preventative stages, we can deliver a better return on investment. And similarly, the CIPD suggests that if we understand poor mental health and wellbeing signs and symptoms of that, so we've got that bit sorted, we can then support and take early intervention to prevent a situation escalating. And this is why we do it. So the literature within, click my slides. The literature into positive functioning has traditionally focused on that left-hand side, the mental disorder, the languishing side of things. So how we reduce stress rather than how we improve well-being. But if we can focus on both aspects, so how we get more people flourishing, how we improve those who have moderate mental health, how we also improve those who are struggling with ill health, so languishing or mental disorder, we can shift the whole of the average of the mental health spectrum and have a much greater impact overall in our organisations. So in order to do that, what we need to recognise is we have to treat disorder when it's present, prevent that disorder from occurring, and enhance well-being. So think about your organisations, you know, those who are going off sick because they're unwell through maybe something related to the workplace, maybe something not. How do we support those? So sickness absence policies, you've talked about therapists coming in, all of that thing once somebody is in need at that stage. How do we prevent that disorder from occurring in the first place? So is there something that is within our control? So the demands placed on us in a workplace, the workload is too high. What can we do to bring more staff into the organisation? What can we do to manage those resources? And then how do we also encourage well-being? How do we increase flourishing? How do we get people recognising how to build their self-confidence, how to use their skills, how to get better quality sleep, how to eat healthier? So the whole picture from that mental disorder through to flourishing, and looking at where your organisation sits really in that spectrum and what you can do. And the CIPD in their health and work report said that over 2/5 of organisations have reported an increase in mental health problems. But rather than simply taking measures to deal with those problems, it's in their best interest to promote and support good mental health in the workplace. So the emphasis is very much moving towards doing more than just treating that disorder, looking at that proactive perspective. Now we have within the UK lots of legislation that define our responsibilities. Am I right in understanding that yours is the labour law that you all work towards? Yeah. Is it the labour law that gives you your policies and practices?
Yeah, the label actually, yeah.
Okay, lovely. So you're lucky, you've got one, we've got millions. So we've got Health and Safety Law, the Equality Act, which is all about our discrimination. We've got working time regulations, and then we have lots of tribunal or case law as well that builds up how we behave. So employment law from a UK perspective is rather challenging. But the point of it is that whatever your law is, you do have a responsibility to act within the realms of that. So one of the reviews that came out was the Stevenson Farmer review, and that suggested that all employers, regardless of what they look like, how they work, should have mental health core standards. So produce, implement and communicate a mental health at work plan, develop mental health awareness among employees, encourage conversations about mental health and the support available when employees are struggling. That's an interesting one because depending on the culture within which you're working, people will be more or less likely to be comfortable talking about it. And if we don't talk about it, are we hiding the issue and therefore not accessing the support when we need? So I worked in the fire service, which was quite a masculine environment where they just didn't talk about mental health. So we spent a lot of time trying to break down that stigma that it's okay to talk about mental health. And even in more progressive organisations, I went to a talk the other day and they said, they start meetings by saying, how is your health and wellbeing, or how is your mental health? And so often people are just stunned by that question. They just, yeah, it's fine. Like, you can't talk in front of colleagues about saying that you're struggling. But what if you could? That would be an ideal environment where you felt supported. They also recommend providing your employees with good working conditions, promoting effective people management and routinely monitoring employee health and wellbeing. Looking to your systems, how do we know how many of our staff are going off sick? How do we know how many are struggling with productivity or stress-related absence? Is it changing? So do we have information that gives us reliable data? So from what we've been talking about, lots of pieces of paper in front of me with your comments on it, you have got some wellbeing programs. There is some activity around health awareness. We haven't touched too much on working conditions, but we have touched on the factors that impact on working environment, let's say. So that team working, that collaboration side of things. As we go through the content next time, we're going to look at people management and strategy and culture. So that will all feed into those last few points. But any thoughts on those recommendations there?
I totally agree with the third point. To encourage open conversation about mental health. Yeah. I think about this. I think that each leader or each line manager should have like a regular meeting with the staff to discuss their recent issues in relation to their work task, in relation to if they have if they have social or family circumstances that he or she doesn't know. You know, if the line manager or the leadership or the leader understand each employee's family, social, and work, you know, environment, this will enhance, of course, you know, the plans and how to deal with each employee.
Yeah.
To support the employees and their specific whatever circumstances they are facing, to enhance their well-being at work and to enhance their productivity at work.
Yeah.
So yes, the conversation, the regular conversation, it's really important, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the key, conversation. You know, it's not suggesting that managers need to become a counsellor or that they need to spend all of their days listening to their employees complain about what have you. It's being equipped with enough skill that they can use it to improve their relationship with the working relationship with the employee.
Yes.
Signpost, really, if they think that that person needs wider support. And that the employee feels that they are supported. I had overheard by accident a conversation the other day where an employee was saying how they were struggling because their dog, I think, is going through some chemotherapy. And they were really cut up by, you know, how challenging it was that this dog is not, well, it's going through ill health. And to hear my manager respond with respect about that person's challenges and the employee say how they were worried that it might have impacted on their work, and just get that reassurance that, you know, they hadn't noticed any detrimental impact, but that manager can now use that to engage further with them and have more conversations and improve their relationship. So I thought that was really lovely. But there are flip sides. I think we have to equip managers with the resources to be able to do that, not only to be able to have those conversations, but time, you know, feeling like they've got space to have a conversation. Because you can imagine, you know, you'd be like, okay, you know, something's worrying me, and the manager goes, I've got 5 minutes. You know, that's just going to add to the problem, isn't it? So good reflection there. Interesting. Further responsibilities. I was being lazy when I put this slide together. There are a few here, but there are many, many, many wider responsibilities. So corporate social responsibility, you know, we have a responsibility at large in terms of that side of things. Reputation, that it's increasingly recognised that actually reputation and recruitment and retention tie into wellbeing. The staff, the workforce that we're getting through now want more than just pay, working conditions. They want to be part of something bigger. They want to know that their wellbeing will be looked after. And the workforce are using it strategically to choose where they're going to work and how long they're going to work there. And branding. So again, part of that desire to attract employees and to attract customers is how well we treat our staff. So what other responsibilities can you think of that might impact in terms of why an organisation should engage with wellbeing? Any others? Maybe like me, you couldn't think of any more.
You mentioned the
Maybe-
most important things, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe if we would think, maybe if we think of the achievements, the productivity and the outcome of the organization.
Yes, yes.
If they deal well with well-being for their employees, of course, they will reach to the to progress and to higher rates of achievements and outcomes.
Yeah, so those are further benefits, absolutely. I want to say I've got a slide on that somewhere, but actually, if you scale that even larger, then you're providing a responsibility to the economy. to the local to the local economy, to the global economy, in terms of how well businesses are doing and what they're feeding in and the benefit that they're able to provide through their own purpose. So absolutely. So lots and growing responsibilities as well. The CIPD put together a list of recommendations to address health and well-being. So these are good tips, really. Ensure that senior leaders are aware of the importance of workplace health and well-being, and that they embed actions to ensure it's taken seriously across the organisation. When I was working in the fire service, there were two key themes I had to work with. One was reducing the stigma of stress so that we could get to a health and well-being conversation. And the other was around senior leader buy-in and making sure that they understood what is health and well-being and why it's important. So those arguments have never gone away. We've always had to continue in every organisation I'm in to embed that, and not to assume that both the stigma's gone and that senior leaders are engaged in this, and that it is embedded throughout an organisation. So a really key one. Training line managers and supervisors to manage people well. Often people are promoted in an organisation into managerial roles, not given the skills to know how to manage people. So especially when it comes to mental health and having conversations, people struggling with different things, how do we equip our managers with the right skills to support them? Providing early access to occupational health support or other help where needed. And that early access is really key in terms of that return on investment, not leaving it till somebody burns out or breaks. Looking in your organisation at evidence-based understanding of the causes of absence and unhealthy practices in your organisation. So have you got people working through their annual leave? Have you got people in work who should be off sick? What is causing that? How do we tackle those challenges? Tailor policies and practices to organisational and employee needs. So I'm pleased to hear about your kind of employee voice forums that you've got. What is it that's relevant to your organisation, and how do we tailor it appropriately? And building a robust organisational framework to promote good mental well-being, and fostering a culture where people can talk about mental health and seek help when needed. It's quite a big one, that one. And then carry out a risk assessment or audit on work-related stress across the workforce as part of a preventative approach to identify its main causes. And pretty much that is what we're going to go into next, is looking at this, what I call an audit, but really is feeding into your assignment in terms of how do we look at our organisations to know which bits we should tackle first. Any questions before I move on to, I think, the final section?
No questions, so clear.
Okay, lovely, thank you. Good to know. So undertaking a wellbeing audit. Your assignment, the first part, just to recap for you. So I'm going to mingle the assignment in with the audit just to put it into context for you. Undertake a critical review of the ideas proposed by a range of external bodies to define what is meant by wellbeing and how it needs to be implemented in the workplace. So I'm going to pause there for 1 second, because I think I've given you most of the content or sources to go and look at that content in a bit more detail. So the theories, the wellbeing models that you can go and read in your own time and then write up that first part. What are your reflections? Are you happy with that idea that you could now go and start writing task 1 to the point where I paused, pre-checklist? So what is wellbeing and how it should be implemented in the workplace? Yeah,
Of course we can have a first of all an idea and collect information and do some research on the theories and models of the well-being.
Good.
Starting with task 1, it will lead, of course, I believe, to task 2.
Yes. So task 1 is quite short, it's only 1,000 words. But within that, so as you're writing that up, it will create a checklist of what you see as the most important in relation to employee wellbeing at work. So 5 different issues. Now, you touched on a few of them already. It might not be that, so not to be confused with task 2, where we're going to look at your organisation. What you've reviewed about what is wellbeing and how it should be implemented in the workplace, what are those 5 issues that you think are most important? So it might be line managers, it might be around strategy, it might be around culture, it might be around happiness and positive functioning, you know, whatever you think from your research that you justify as those 5 issues. So you've got lots of sources, you've obviously got the slides, but then looking at what CIPD say, the Health and Safety Executive have got some great resources, and then we've got Mental Health Foundation has got resources, Trade Union Congress is the TUC, Department for Work and Pensions, Mind, and then lots of different sources from your own countries as well. And it's absolutely fine for you to frame it within your cultural context. So 1,000 words, critical review of wellbeing, including 5 different issues. I've proposed this very rough word count just to help you in terms of putting that first part together. I'm not marking against this word count. It really is just to help give you a plan. Hopefully that will help. But you can see like that 5-item checklist is not massive in terms of the word count, because you're going to focus more on that in the 3,000 words as you go forward. You might find that you can't cover 5 items within 50 words. So really just use this as a guideline rather than something you must stick to. I haven't tried it out in practice. It was just what I thought seemed logical. Any questions on part 1, task 1?
I'm not sure that I really understand the creating a checklist of what might be seen as most important in relation to employee well-being. So do you mean that we need to do a checklist and then start a narrative and critical analysis on that checklist, or how it should be?
Yeah, so you're going to introduce what is wellbeing and how it should be implemented in the workplace. And then you're going to start building an argument that looks at the most important aspects of wellbeing in relation to the workplace. So your 500 words will build up the argument. Your 5-item checklist will just summarize it. So you will have more than 5 items within your critical review, because you're going to compare and contrast what is important and then summarize what you think is the most important. Does that make sense? So your bit before is really just your argument that summarizes in your checklist.
So we need to develop that checklist, I mean, like a table.
Yeah, you can.
And we explain, can we do this like a table? What are the well-being, for example, examples? And then we make the essay answer.
Yeah, so your checklist,
or headings, or just headings.
Yeah, the 5-item checklist for part 1 it is the outcome of it rather than the whole focus. So the bit where you've got the main focus within part 1 is your argument about what is important when it comes to well-being. Yeah, so you're going to look at things like, let me find a slide for you. You might look at something like this. Oh, that's the aspect of well-being. Hang on. This one. So that's quite an easy one, because you might look at, societal well-being and what that looks like in the workplace and why that's important, physiological well-being and why that's important, and go through those. But you'll compare and contrast, which is your critical argument, to build up, and then you'll summarize. So there are loads of different things that are important to well-being in the workplace, but I want to know why you've got 5 things that you think is most important. Yeah? If it was me, I mean, like strategy would be in there. We've certainly seen that key theme come through. So seeing well-being as important throughout an organisation. It could be covering the whole components of well-being, as in this slide. It could be around, let me go back to the question. One sec. There it is. Not that one. That one. Create a checklist of what might be seen as most important into employee relations at work. So the components of well-being are an aspect of something that's important because we've got lots of different things. It could be around the culture. It could be around the importance of the line manager. So what is it that is important when we look at well-being at work, well-being in the workplace? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so far.
Yeah, let's have a look at part 2, because that pulls it together and makes it more rounded. And I think that between the two, it'll make more sense. So within task 2, you then take that checklist forward and you're building up a much bigger argument about it in relation to your organisation. So you're critically appraising how well your organisation or one of your choice looks against that list. And then you're going to put forward recommendations for how you can improve basically well-being in your organisation. So you might say, for instance, that one of the things in the list is the importance of line managers in terms of supporting well-being. So let's look at your organisation. Do line managers understand how to support? Are they provided with training? Are they provided with time to do that? Okay, so if not, what would you recommend that will help to move that aspect forward? Yeah, does that make a bit more sense when you start to see how part 1 feeds into part 2?
Yes, it's clear. So maybe the checklist, we need to think about 4 items within the checklist, and then we start to argue this with our situation, with the lecturer, and then what is the recommendation and should be done in a good way.
Yes.
In our organization. Okay, very clear.
And 5, not 4. 5.
5. Okay. I thought 5 as a maximum. So it's okay. Clear.
Oh, good check. It does say just 5, doesn't it?
Yeah, because I have read something like that, or maybe I'm sleepy still.
No more than 5 different issues. Good point. Yeah, so in my mind I was thinking 5. You could absolutely focus on 4, would be fine.
Yeah, okay. So I'm awake then. No more 5. No 5. Okay.
The point of limiting at 5 is that you get into the depth on those issues and you're able to build an argument around it rather than just being descriptive and listing it. So if you do that in 4 or maybe even in 3, I think if you get too few, unless it's a massive one, which might be, I'm trying to think what would be the biggest. Implementing a wellbeing program is quite large. That might cover more than one issue, but you've got 3,000 words to cover in relation to your organisation and no more than 5 issues. So see how the word count works out for you. The CIPD one, as you've had with your other assignments, to ensure that you meet the learning outcomes. So the first learning outcome has been tagged to the first task, and then 2, 3, and 4 are tagged to the second task. So I've tried to match them up as best I can. And they suggesting that you focus in particular on the management of wellbeing and its integration with other areas of people practice. So how do you manage wellbeing and integrate that with wider HR practices? The alignment of wellbeing with organisational performance and employee outcomes. So the purpose of wellbeing in terms of the benefits it provides, heading towards benefits for employees and benefits for the organisation. And then the downside of wellbeing policies as well. So within this one, what I've suggested is you're going to have an introduction, which is going to recap on those 5 areas that you've drawn out in part 1. And then a 1750 word critical appraisal of your organisation against that checklist, focusing in particular on those areas, and then your recommendations for change. So that first part is, this is how well we do or don't do against it, and these are the different factors that come into that. And then the recommendations for change. Okay, so what can we do about it? What would you suggest from what you've learned on the unit to take it forward? And your conclusion as so what? So what difference, what impact will this make in terms of carrying out and improving wellbeing in your organisation? Okay, so that's the 2 parts to the assignment. As I said, we've only got these 3 sessions, so I'm happy to support if you want to have a talk through the assignment a little bit closer to the deadline, as you get a little bit more involved in it and it starts coming to fruition, or beforehand if you want to just go through it to understand it in greater depth. Any questions on that one?
No, thank you.
Okay. So one of the things that I think will help, as I mentioned, is this workplace audit. So you've got to create this critical appraisal of your organisation, and that's quite helpfully done if you undertake an audit. Now, audit implies looking at something in great depth and pulling out the detail of that, which is what I want you to do in relation to wellbeing. But I don't need to see, your audit. That's not your assignment, but it's a tool that I think is useful to help you get there. So I would conduct some research in your organisation, and you've indicated that already, looking at some of your policies, your practices, your strategies, and try and understand what you think might be the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities and the threats for wellbeing. We've looked at some of the theories that are going to help to indicate what you might want to look at. So when you look at the 4 tenets of wellbeing, have you got things in there around physiological wellbeing? Have you got stuff in your organisation around financial wellbeing? And use that to prompt what might be missing. And then you might like to look at some of the ways you can get data. So do you have wellbeing surveys? Do you have engagement surveys, absence statistics? Do you have working groups around wellbeing, policies and practices? Bearing in mind, even like absence policy, annual leave policy, discretionary leave, for family leave, all of that could come under wellbeing policies and practices. What are your retention rates? Do you have many people going through disciplinary and grievance or tribunal cases? What are your leader or employee experiences of wellbeing? So can you just go and ask some people, what wellbeing feels like in the organisation? Are they familiar and aware of the initiatives that you've got available? And then from that, you'll start to build a picture about what, you touched on most of it within your discussions earlier, but what else is going on? What are the gaps? What are you doing really well? So you'll get a pulse stage of development for wellbeing in your organisation, and that will help to draw forward what your recommendations are. So some of the questions you might like to ask are, do you have a wellbeing strategy? And how does that fit within your general working premise? So we've talked today already about culture and moves towards purpose within the organisation. How does wellbeing fit into that? What are your organisational goals? Does it talk about wellbeing as part of that, even explicitly or not? And how are you expected to achieve them? Do you have values, vision and mission? And how do your goals fit into that? And then what do you want to measure? So you can look in terms of qualitative discussions, employee forums, all of that, or you might have hard data that you can measure quantitatively. And what are you reasonably able to do with your results? So there's not much point going and looking in great depth at, for example, the strategy, if you don't have any impact on the strategy. Now you can talk about it, but if your recommendation is that actually we need an organizational strategy, but nobody's ever going to listen to you to implement it, where can you have more value? So how do you fit into the purpose of this wellbeing picture? Any questions on that slide? Okay.
Yeah, we can from this slide, we can arrange our thoughts of the 5 issues. We can merge like these points in you know, in critically analyze the the 5 issues that we are talking about.
Yes, yes.
What
This
the
slide,
strategies of those well-being. I'm trying to like brainstorm how to merge these ideas together, how to make the 5
so this
issues
slide,
with these points. Yes.
yeah, this slide is a brainstorm. It's not a structure. So I was just trying to think, like, what are some of the things you might want to look at and consider as you're conducting your audit? Because often people will get quite fixated looking at one aspect. So they might look just at sickness absence and forget the whole of the wider impact in terms of wellbeing strategy and culture and other ways they can get information and data. So don't be confined by these bullet points. They're just starting points. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
This slide also might be useful to you, or it might not. But if you want to get data, there are a whole load of different wellbeing questionnaires that are already out there. So this just gives you on the left-hand side, if you wanted to look at something in more detail. So for example, we want to measure lifestyle, or we want to measure personality or stress or resilience. It tells you the name of the wellbeing questionnaire and the scale of it on the right-hand side. I don't use many of these, if any at all. I'm just looking through. No, I don't use any of these. But some of you might want to look in quite a bit of detail or think, well, I need a questionnaire to measure something. These are a signposting slide for you to go and have a look at that. It's also outlined in more detail on page 74 of your key text. So if you want to go and have a look at that, you're very welcome to do so. So in a nutshell, the theories that we've covered today are really useful as a foundation for your audit. Otherwise, you're just kind of scattergunning it, and there won't be that theoretical foundation as to why have you looked at that, and why have you pulled out the recommendation. If you use your theories, it's going to really help give you that framework. Audit your own organisation, and then look at your organisation holistically, as well as looking at a little bit of analysis. So if you can get some data, that's going to be really helpful, because it will add rigour to your assignment in terms of really outlining why your organisation is or isn't doing well. But that holistic feel of well-being, and bearing in mind you're an employee within that organisation as well, helps to give a more rounded picture. And some of the places that you can get data from are on this slide here, which we've touched on most of these already. Okay. This should look exactly the same as your other assignments. Are you all familiar with the grade descriptors and the marking criteria for what we're looking for at a level 7? Is that all familiar to you?
Yeah, of course.
Good, good.
We go through the criteria in each assignment.
Yes, I've noticed. It's funny, it's quite different with marking the university assignments that we do as opposed to the ones that, that I've seen submitted through Oakwood, because you're quite systematic in marking off each of the learning outcomes, which is what CIPD look for. So I'm glad you're familiar with that. I've also been asked to just encourage the difference between descriptive and critical writing. And I think it can take a long time to really get to grips with how do I build a really solid argument. how comfortable are you with, like, what is the difference between descriptive and critical writing? I know you've had lots of assignments already, but is it something that you're now comfortable with, or would you like me to run through it in a bit more detail?
In all my assignments, I noticed that the assessors are just saying, Haya, you are more descriptive. Haya, this is not critical. Although I'm providing, positive and negative of the issue, of the topic, the gaps, reaching to the recommendation, examples, linking to theory, and still I'm facing the same comment, which is, Haya, you are, this is a descriptive writing. This is not critical thinking. Although I'm trying to be more critical in arranging my answer, but still I'm facing this comment in each assignment.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if I'm really fulfilling all the critical thinking requirements, although I'm following all what they said.
Yeah, thank you for your honesty there. That's really helpful. So it is really hard to get to grips with, where am I being descriptive and where am I being critical? Descriptive writing is just telling me who the author is, what's this about, where does it take place, and when does it occur. It's quite factual. It's giving me the detail of something. So it might be the context, and it might be the main point. So if I was describing a wellbeing theory, I would say, sorry, I'm going to flick through my slides for a second. The PERMA model introduces a new theory of wellbeing. There are 5 elements to it: positive emotions, and so on. Positive emotions means how that we feel happy, for instance. Engagement means that I feel engaged in my work. Positive relationships means that I get on with the people around me and that I have people around me that I can talk to. So all I'm doing in this is describing what's on the slide in front of me, that's really important. I need to understand the context of the model that I'm talking about, the components that makes up, and what it means. Yeah, so we've got to do an element of that. When we get to the next slide, where is it gone? That's descriptive. When we get to being critical, we're going to start looking at it in a little bit more context and comparing it to other models in this example. So how does it occur? I might give an example of the model of what, I can't even think of an example of the model of wellbeing. I might, let's see, how does it work? So when we've got those 5 components exhibited, that leads to the concept, and I might relate that to the definition of wellbeing. Let me just, not all these questions are relevant. What if we're wrong? That's a really good one. So it's not that you're wrong when it comes to a model of wellbeing, but the easiest way to take this model and be critical is to recognise that Seligman, who put the model together, critiqued himself. He wrote Authentic Happiness and said that there are 5 elements to what is important: life satisfaction and happiness. But then he realised, and if you read Seligman's PERMA model, it will give you this context, this critical argument. He realised that it's more important, it's bigger than happiness, it's bigger than life satisfaction, and that actually the argument we should be talking about is well-being. So as much as this model was talked about in terms of well-being, it only talked about happiness. It didn't talk about functioning well, which brings us back to our first definition of well-being, being feeling good and functioning well. So I'm starting to be more critical because I'm telling you that well-being is multifaceted. Some people thought that it was just feeling good. Some people thought that it was just functioning well. Actually, what's more useful in today's society, in our working place, is that it's both of them. So this model only looked at one side of things. We need to look at the bigger picture. And therefore, I'm critiquing the theory by saying that these 5 elements are more useful. I'm going to critique it even further. Hooper and So recognise that those 5 elements are important, but there are 5 further elements that they also think are important. And I might relate that to the context in my organisation and say how I've seen that play out. Does that make sense in terms of how I'm demonstrating a little bit more criticality rather than just describing what that model says?
I just want to confirm that I'm on the right track. So the five elements of well-being, like, let's say, programs, not issues that are occurring among employees.
Oh, sorry, you're talking about
I'm now confused. Do I need to talk about the 5 well-being, let's say 5 well-being programs, or do I talk about 5 well-being issues among employees?
5
Problems.
5 well-being issues. So this part here is if I knew nothing about well-being, what 5 key points would I suggest are the 5 things I need to look at in terms of well-being in the workplace? If you just talked about the definition of well-being, you're quite limiting yourself because you're just talking about the concept of well-being, whereas well-being is more than its thing. It's about how it's carried out in the workplace, how we monitor it. It could be about that. How we support line managers to carry it out. Can you see? So the actual concept of well-being is only one of those things. That might be one of your checklists, is actually understand what is well-being. Hiya, does that make sense?
Yeah, it's clear.
So it's the whole. But yeah, good question. Where was it? Here we go. So within critical writing, you're looking at how. So if we look at a wellbeing model, how does it work? Why does it work? What if we're in different contexts? What if we're wrong? What if somebody sees or thinks differently? So what? Why is it important? And what next? What can we learn from it? There's a reference on the bottom. So if you want to critique your own writing and think, am I being critical? It's well worth having a little look at that resource. And my advice to you is I do a little colour scheme. So when I write something, I'll go through and think, am I describing here or am I actually building an argument? And I'll colour code it differently. Only in my draft, not for the submitted one. Because what you should see is that descriptive is about 10 to 15% of your assignment, very roughly, and that the rest of it will be you building that argument, comparing, contrasting, considering it in different contexts, considering different factors that impact on it, and then moving all of that forward. So if I look at my 5 factors and I look at my organisation, I might describe what happens in my organisation, but then I'm going to start making sense of those 5 factors in relation to the organisation. I might critique it a little bit further by saying, well, one of those areas, so let's say one of my 5 areas is the importance of line managers in supporting employee wellbeing. That's really hard in my organisation because my managers are so busy, they haven't got the resources to do that. That's part of my argument, part of being critical. So it will lead forward to my recommendations, which will be part of that critical writing, because you're pulling forward your argument and those different perspectives to then conclude in terms of what you suggest going forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate that what we've had today is a lot of information. You've had your assignments, we've been online a long time. So we've got time between now and the next session just to go back over the slides, consolidate what I've talked about, think about your organisation, and then absolutely come back and I can go through these slides again and just to make it, to bed it in terms of its what it really means and how you carry it out. And then once you start writing, if you want me to have a look at anything, I'm very happy to do that, and I can point you in the direction if I think that you're not being critical enough. Okay. So I wanted to just summarize, I've just got a handful of slides left, that we're in a really unique position to drive that health and wellbeing agenda, because we understand the needs of the workforce, and we can deliver the benefits of wellbeing throughout the business. So in summary, wellbeing is typically defined in terms of psychological, physical and social wellbeing. Some models have financial wellbeing on top as well. And we've seen that the wider variations in terms of the definition. Our job features and our work practices have an impact on wellbeing. And for me, it's really important that we have this early intervention to create effective resolutions, and we can get a better return on investment for organisations with that. We can help support employee wellbeing through a whole host of different things, policies, practices and interventions being just a handful of them. And that we're in a volatile environment where we've got lots of uncertainty, lots of change, and leadership's really important. I don't know that everything will ever turn back to when things are normal again, and this psychological safety and well-being is increasingly important. We're not going to be okay all the time, and that in itself is okay. So I wanted you to think about what you'll commit to doing to looking after your own well-being over the next 10 weeks and ongoing. And then we have another session on the 20th of March. Let me just double check that schedule. There we go. Yeah, so an evening session on the 20th of March, which is a Monday. And then, as I said, we'll have the break and then we'll come back in at the end of April, by which point I hope that you're clearer and moving forward with your assignments. But I'll remind you of that in the next session. I think that was everything that I wanted to run through today. You've got slides here for just if you want to do a little bit of further reading. You've got references from what I've talked about if you want to go and have a look at the original source or the original theory, just a handful there. I think, yeah, that was everything that I wanted to run through. So what I'm just going to do is end the show and open up for questions.
Thank you very much. It was really so interesting, and we've got so great ideas and, you know, benefits from this lecture. Thank you very much. It was really very interesting class.
Oh, I'm really pleased for your feedback. Thank you. Lovely. So what I'm going to do, I did promise that I would finish earlier. I have finished 10 minutes earlier than I said it would. I'm happy to hang around if you've got any questions that you want to talk one-to-one. But otherwise, does that cover off everything that you were expecting today? And are you good if we leave it there and then we'll reconvene in 9 days' time? Does that work for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you
for
so
me, no
much.
questions.
Yeah,
Okay.
me too. Everything is clear. Thank you so much for your time.
You're very welcome. Wonderful. Well, if you're happy, then feel free to run off. I hope you have a lovely Saturday and a great week and a half. And then I'll see you on the 20th of March. You've got a separate link for that one, don't forget. But if you've got any questions, I'll stay online for a bit until you've all signed off, or drop me an email. And I'll see you on the 20th of March. So thank you so much. Have a lovely evening.
You too. See
You
you soon.
too.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you.